All right. We are live.
Okay.
All right. This works just like on Hangouts, right? I can pop the chat out over here on YouTube.
That's what I actually opened 2 browsers, but yeah, because you cannot see the chat at all on StreamYard.
Okay.
Well, you might be able to. I don't know. They may have changed that. That was one of those things they were going to change.
Okay.
So I'm not going to tell you the answer to that one.
Okay.
I just, because the chat is a little funky and it's hard for me to read, I pop out my chat over on YouTube anyways, because they have a gray background, and with my eyes, I absolutely cannot read it at all. Hi, Brittany and Marion, Holly and Patricia, and I'll be back in just a few minutes.
All right. Hi, Mary. Hi, Holly. Hi, Patricia. So we're going to make charms, and Tanya's got to run, send an email, so she'll be back in a sec. But I wanted to show you the little snowmen I made several years ago. And these are nothing but 2 sizes of pearls and then a flat, kind of flattish black bead here. I don't know what that's called. It looks like a spaceship. And then I couldn't find the little blocky round thing. So I just used a round black bead at the top and a couple seed beads. And that's how I made this snowman. So I made those one year. And we're just going to make charms to have on hand. I have some more charms here in my box. And this one, I had put all of these onto a length of chain. If I can find the end of the chain, I'll show you. So see, I could put a clip at the top and then that would just hang. And these are just individually created charms. So I was just going to make some charms to have on hand. You can use them in journals. You could use them on your zippers for pencil cases, makeup cases, anything like that. And Brittany says she doesn't have too many beads, but you know, it only takes a few to have a couple things put together. And I've got everything. Mike's turned off on YouTube and everything, and I keep getting an occasional feedback. So I don't know. Not sure.
Let me see. Let me double check that I'm sure I've got it turned off over here. Yeah. Have you got YouTube audio turned off on whatever you've got YouTube popped out with?
Yes. Yes.
I'm not hearing any feedback. So
okay.
Just so you know, dear. And the little guys are cute.
Yeah, the little snowmen. They're fun to make. So I have some the long pins, and then I've got some with the eye pins, and I like to use the eye pins sometimes because then you can attach something to the bottom where the eye is, so it'll dangle. And I found this little lady on a moon, and I was thinking I'd put her on there and then build bead charm on the top. So for anybody that doesn't know, when you open something, you don't want to pull it open. You always want to twist it open, because if you pull it, it won't go back. So you just give it a little twist, and then I can add my lady on here. And then I'm just going to twist this back in shape up to where it was. And that closes it, and you don't get a gap there. So, and I bent this a little bit, but that's okay because I'm going to be bending a bunch of it. And I meant to pull out some reddish beads. Let me grab some red beads real quick. And I wanted to, something that Tanya didn't share was, I don't remember seeing it in her video, but cat beads. And all of these I got on eBay. And when you go on eBay, if you check the box that says free shipping, and you find these, some of these I got for 75 cents a package. It takes them a while to get here because they come direct from China. But for 75 cents a package and free shipping, I thought that was a good deal. So I've got all sizes of bead caps. So they're fun to put on too. I'm going to use some on this. So I want a big bead, and then I want a variety of other beads. Let's see. Some smaller ones. And I have a variety of beads because I worked at Joann's for 6 years and I worked at Michael's for 5 years. So I would buy beads on clearance. And that's why I have so many. So I guess gold would go with red, wouldn't it? Let's see what I've got in gold arena. Not sure if I have anything that's goldish. Of course, I don't want to do gold because this is silver. I'm digging. What's the complementary for red? My brain is like gone.
Straight across would be, no, blue is another primary color.
That's right.
It'd be between blue and yellow, so it'd be green, right?
Green. Okay. My brain's not working too hot today. So.
Yeah. It'd be the secondary color, which would be between blue and yellow, which would be green.
All right.
Now you could put red with so many other things though. So
yeah.
But yeah, as far as complementary color, it'd be green. Which is probably a good time since this is a good time of year to start preparing for Christmas.
Christmas, yeah, well, that's true. And then you just thread your beads on in whatever order you want to. That's how you do it. I don't have any, I have caps here. I don't have any of the little divider ones. You had some of the daisy ones.
Daisy spacers, yeah.
Yeah. I have some somewhere. I saw.
Let me go back and bring you in. Oh,
these are more caps.
I'm going to have to shrink everything. I'll be right back. It won't let me open my camera before I open everything else. So if I'm going to do anything else, I have to open everything and then open the camera. Okay, let's see. Where did I put those?
Well, I've got a spacer that's got the little, what's it's in it? The rhinestones?
Oh, mm-hmm.
Those are pretty.
These are daisy spacers. And I use them a lot. I have tiny, tiny ones. Oh, and I forgot to get those out too, because I really like, sometimes your head pins are too big.
Yeah.
And the spacer will go through. So the tiny daisy spacer, because this is a big daisy spacer. These are pretty big. And you have to understand that I used to buy everything wholesale. So I have gross. I buy things used to buy things by the gross.
Yeah.
When you're putting kits and stuff together. So I have pretty much anything.
I don't think I'm going to use that little guy after all right now. So I need to try to find a cap that'll fit this. I'm just looking at what I've got here. These might actually fit better. Ziploc bags give me a fit since this whole thing with my thumbs.
Uh-huh.
So our roof on the house and the garage should be finished today.
Oh, yay.
We're excited.
Okay, we'll hope that works. We are having one big old headache.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah. Dad's house is going to have to basically be tore apart.
Oh, no.
Yeah, all of the ceilings are going to have to come down. They're going to have to cut into walls. Um, and he hasn't been taking care of the house, so it's not worth anything.
Oh, dear.
The only thing that the house is worth is the piece of property it sits on. So let's see. Hi, Kimberly. Hi, Holly and Kathy and Patricia and Sherry and Mary.
Oh, goodness. Hey, Sherry.
And Arlene is here. And Lori is here. Hi, everybody. Sharon, hi. Dana is here. Did I say Brittany already? I hope so. Hello, Brittany. Boy, chat is moving right along. Guys, if you have asked a question, ask it again. I am sorry if I've missed anybody, and I'm sorry for not answering any questions if you've asked them. I'm sorry, Patricia. Oh, it's, yeah. The electrician said he had never seen a lightning strike do this when the house actually survived. That was his comment. He said they usually burn down, and the only reason it didn't burn down is because Jeffrey, hi Barbara and Linda, Jeffrey and I walked in there just a little while after it happened, and we could smell the wires in the walls burning, and we pulled the breakers, and that's, I think, really truly the only reason it didn't. And this is a terrible thing to say, but the headache might have been less had it. As long as Dad and May were safe.
Because I'm sure his dad doesn't want to give up his home.
He doesn't, and now the problem is he really should.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. That's a tough one. Because, they worked hard to get that house, and yeah. So there's my first charm with my dangly lady. Let's see if I can get it where you guys can see. I almost need a piece of cardstock or something to set these on. Hang on just a sec. Let me grab one.
Okay, guys, my drawer ate my little fuzzy thing. I'm sorry, guys. I thought I had everything set out the other day, and I didn't. This little fuzzy thing, basically it's a Velux blanket. Okay. It is...
All right. So make sure you're awake at a little before 2:30. Okay.
Scott, go and take a nap. I'll try not to yell too loud. Let me back out so you can see the fuzzy thing. I guess that would help, wouldn't it?
I went and grabbed a piece of cardboard to set these on so you could see the charms instead of my...
Yeah, instead of your... yeah. This is a Velux blanket, okay? The reason for it is, and you can buy these at the, in the craft department, but it's just a little piece of... That's all it is Velux blanket. There's fuzzy. It's soft. Okay, yeah. If I don't have one of these, I use a washcloth.
Yeah.
Becky's working on a hard surface, but I have found that things disappear on me. So,
yeah, they'll roll.
Yeah. I tend to use this just so that it stays in place. Every time I click on something, then I have to click on something else. So all my layers are there. Dawn is here. Hello, Dawn. It might be cheaper to demolish the house and put a small modular. Holly, it might be. The biggest problem with that is that, and we can't put a modular house there. he's in a historic district, so the
Oh.
building is going to be an issue too. The whole thing is he's wanting it done right now. He expected the boys Saturday to be over there taking the stuff out of the attic. Well, we haven't even gotten prices or anything yet, so it's
And it's been so hot.
Oh, it's too hot to be in the attic, and way too hot to do a lot of things. So it's the problem is I personally think that it's time for him to get an apartment where we don't have to take care of his stuff. And the house is not worth anything, but the piece of property is. And but he's in such a hurry. But yeah, we've had the heat index today is supposed to be 115.
Yeah.
You know, so the boys don't need to be in the attic. They don't need to be working in a house that doesn't have any air conditioning. And they're going to pull the power box because it's dangerous to have the power going in the house. So it's a very involved thing. But you know, okay, I know how he feels. He's lost his home. And 3 years ago when we got in the wreck, we lost our home. And it was not a fun thing. So, okay. All right, you know, oh, there they are. I put them up here. Okay. So, I have these. Okay, and I promised to show you how to do something without these. It's not my favorite thing to do, but I promised I would. So, Becky, are you using head pins? Have you shown that?
Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
I'm using head pins and eye pins.
And eye pins. Okay, and I don't particularly like eye pins. And can you show a close-up of an eye pin? Because I don't have one. Yeah, Barbara, it's he's frustrated. The boys are on his case. That kind of thing. Okay. What it is an eye pin has a little tiny loop at the end, but it's not a wire-wrapped loop. It's just a loop that goes around and has an open spot. And they have their purpose, but it's one of those things I'm not real fond of. So I tend to use head pins or make loops. So here's the deal. I'm going to make a charm that has a charm attached to it so that you can see how I do these things. But if I did not have these, I had a pencil. There we go. The point of this is curvy, and you can make your wrappy loop go around there. So what you do is you have to have some kind of pliers. Oh, here they are. I wonder where all my stuff went to. And I used this red wire because I thought it would be easier for everybody to see. You do something called breaking the neck, and that means that you fold it back into a shape like that.
Like a 90-degree angle, right?
90-degree angle, yep. And that's called breaking the neck. And then you have to make a loop. Well, if you don't have pliers that make a loop, you can use the tip of your pencil, just like that, to make a loop. Okay? Now, you have to have pliers. You have to have pliers, you have to have wire cutters. And these don't have any teeth. The point of jewelry pliers is they don't have teeth. Then you hold on to this, and you can hold it with your fingers, but it's really hard to do. And you can see it better if I don't. And then you wrap this around. Okay? And I usually wrap it around a couple times. And then you take your wire cutters and you clip it off as close as you can. And I'm going to tell you what, I own Lindstrom expensive wire cutters. These came from Harbor Freight. They're my favorite. They're like $2.98. And then when the tips go bad, I give them to Jeffrey for the shed, and I buy myself a new pair. I actually have 3 or 4 because, you know, you still live too far from Harbor Freight. So now I have this thing, instead of an eye pin or a head pin, it has a loop on the bottom. And another way to make your own head pin is to take your pliers and roll up a little fancy circle, just in making a little tube of wire. Okay, and then bending it so that this little tube of wire is underneath. And now I can put beads on that. Have some beads. Okay. Is anybody playing along with us today? Hi, Janet. I didn't see you pop in. And Sweetheart is here. Becky, do you know who that is? I welcome, welcome. I don't think I've seen you in one of my lives before.
They've been in my lives before.
Well, welcome. If there's a name you would rather go by, tell us, and we'll try to remember it. I'm not real good at it. I'm very bad at it, actually. Okay, now, sometimes, oh, really, Tanya? You couldn't possibly have done that.
What did you do?
Hi. Okay, I told you that I'm just all discombobulated, right?
Well, understandably.
Yeah. Well, and I have bead orders, and I haven't been able to make any beads because I'm lucky I'm here right now.
Yeah.
I've been over there, and and it's hot, and by the time I come home, I'm exhausted. To try to get in front of a torch is not happening.
Oh, yeah.
Sweetheart has been in Becky's thing, but not me. I'm so glad you're here. Dawn can't play because she doesn't have stuff she needs. Okay. That's all right. We're just glad you're here visiting. I'll be right back. I have to have some seed beads.
Yeah, when you buy a strand of beads at the store, you know how they always have that one little clear bead at the very end of a string? Always save those. Or the little beads that are like on this one, there's a little, I can't tell if that's silver or gold, but there's a little bead there. I save those and use them as, I call them holders, in case the hole in your beads looks really big and it might go, right over the head pin. I just put one of those little beads they give you as a bonus on strand beads, and that's what I usually put on there. They're little clear beads. They're in another container. I've got I don't know how many containers of beads over here. But yeah, I save those and use them as like stoppers.
The other thing is that seed beads come in different sizes, guys. I'm kind of picky about seed beads. Well, I'm not picky about a lot of things, art supply wise. Seed beads, I am. I'm very addicted to Japanese seed beads. They are a little more consistent than Czech seed beads, but I have Czech seed beads. It's just, there's all kinds of things to have, but they come in 3 different sizes. Let's see how close we can reach. That's probably about as close as we can get. Let's try one more. That way you can see the color.
Hi, Malia.
He's taking a nap, sweetheart. But there's 6s, 8s, and 11s, and 15s, and there's 3s and 4s. But the big ones are 6, 8s, and 11s. That's the ones you'll find in a craft store. And the thing about this is that the bigger the number, the smaller the bead. So after you get past the seed bead size, though, they tend to go by millimeters. Okay, now then, I have this funny head pin that I just made, and I'm going to put on a little silver bead. Now, the thing of it is that this amber bead has a big hole, and if I don't center it with something, it wobbles, and I don't like wobble. So we're going to see if this wire's thin enough. I had to use the red wire that I had so that y'all could see it. No, they're not. It's not going to go through there. try these. There's a fine line between what will go through
Yes.
and what won't. And see this seed bead, it's on there, but not enough. I knew I better get a few.
Where is the best place to buy beads? Well, my beads I got when I worked at Michael's and Joann's, and I would buy just the stuff that went to clearance. I never would pay full price or wait till they do the 50% off all strands. They do that occasionally at Michael's. I prefer Michael's over Joann's simply because of the politics of working at both places. I liked Michael's a whole lot better.
See, I just put a couple of seed beads inside that lampwork bead, and it goes there. The other thing is what kind of quality you want. That is a problem. And what kind of beads you want. When it comes to seed beads, I haven't bought any in a while, but I usually order mine from a place called Bobby Beads. Okay, so I'm going to put another little silver bead on top of this. Let's see, let's put a spacer. Well, let's just do that. Okay, so now using my pliers, I am going to break the neck again, just about, a 1/16 of an inch or so away from my spacer. And then I'm going to wrap this around there and bring it all the way around. You see that? Then I'm going to put this on here so that I can make a bunch of little dangles on this. And then I just wrap it, and I wrap it so that the wraps lay one right beside the other. And yes, okay, another thing is, I didn't hear Becky tell you, this piece you're going to cut off. I don't care if you let go of this piece, but you better hold this piece. This piece will fly off and hit you. If it's, different kinds of wire will just fling across the room, and it can come up and hit you in the face. It is nasty. So always hold this piece. And I always, the head pins I use, I like long ones, and the wire I always cut more than I probably need. Now another little secret is that these are crimping pliers, and they have a little round, half round on the top and half round on the bottom. They're designed for something specific, but I use them to clean up my little spiral. If I'm not happy with it, that little round thing will make it nice and pretty. Now I have a little dangle that's on a loop, and I'm going to put another couple of little dangles on there.
That was a great find, Malia.
What'd you find?
She got 4 strands of thick necklaces from Goodwill for $3.
Oh yeah, that is good. And that's another good place to look, because a lot of times the older beads are actually nicer beads, better quality. Down here I run across wooden beads a lot, and bamboo and stuff like that when I'm in the thrift store. So I think we'll continue and make some more little head pins of our own.
I think Tippy wants to go back outside, so let me put him out.
I think we're going to get another big storm, which doesn't surprise me. I'll tell you what, the last few days it has been nothing but horrendous storms. Okay, we need to roll that up a couple little pieces. I don't find our thrift stores have very good prices on their jewelry either. There's one over in Milton that I have bought a few things from, but for the most part, they don't seem to have really good prices. I agree. Malaya, the thing of it is that if you love them, use them for something you want to keep. And if you decide that it's not exactly what you want it for, you can always take it apart. It's not going to hurt the beads to be used, most likely, unless they're iridescent or something that the coatings might wear off. And that is true. Some seed beads have iridescent coatings that are not permanent finish. I guess I didn't get any out. Well, there was some laying here on the table the other day. Okay, there they are. I have some little silver seed beads. Thought I had the whole tube out. Anyways, when I buy metallic seed beads, I always buy something called permanent finish, because then it doesn't wear off as easily. It can still be scratched off because what's underneath is glass. Hi, Violet.
Linda McAllister.
Hi, Janet.
Hey, Janet.
Oh, and thank you, Janet. Yes, you can. There are some things, which makes me think I'm going to use one of these later, and I'm going to have these at the next live sale because I found that I had a whole extra bag of them. So I'm going to use one so you can see how you use it. It's just a really cool thing because then you can take your charms on and off. Okay, let's see what we want to add to this. Oh, and I made four things. We cannot have 4. We have to have odd number. Becky's just making away there. Iced coffee? It'd have to be iced if I was going to drink it. Jeffrey was outside. We had a storm yesterday afternoon while he was trying to help his dad. I was here. I had finished doing what I was doing over there and come back over here. And the gutter out front was overflowing, and I mean the water was just coming down. I mean it was pouring. So this morning Jeff went out to deal with that. Of course his dad called and said, "What's Jeff doing? Why isn't he here?" I'm like, "Oh, Dad, because he has a few things he has to do here today." Anyhow, he got he just sweated so bad that he was soaking wet all the way through. So, Rose hip, a hip from old man. What? I must have missed something, Linda.
Yeah, I don't know.
Coffee with Bailey's. Yeah, that's. I don't know.
See, I don't like Bailey's. I think
I'm not real fond of Bailey's either. So I'm fixing to get a storm too.
Uh-oh.
Oh, today we drink tea from Rose, her hip. Okay. Okay. I think I got it. All right. I'm going to put some red TV and a little one of these. Let's see what we got in this bin. I just have a bin of my couple of different kinds of beads over here. And the blue one, that's
I just figured I'd get a bunch of these made, and then if I make makeup bags for Christmas gifts again, I'll have these. I just put them on the zipper.
Mm-hmm. Okay. These, and another red sea bead. And whatever you layer up. Now, the other thing is that anytime you make a charm or something like this, you can add it to something. Now, if I had finished that circle, I could put it on a earring, ear wire. If I wanted to make all you have to do is make 2 charms to make a pair of earrings.
Yep.
Becky's little snowman would be really cute as earrings. Remember, hold your wire. And I usually put these in something before I put them in the trash so that Jeffrey doesn't poke himself. And you want to make sure that they don't go on the floor because the vacuum doesn't like them. Okay, so I have done that. Now what I'm going to do is make like a bunch of little silver charms. So I'm just going to add a few little silver things. This is a little silver, and these are all pot metal. You can get things like these at Michael's. Here, I'll show you my stash. The other thing is I used to go to big bead shows, so you know I would run into big vendors that were bringing stuff in. One of my friends imports from all over the world. The only place she won't go anymore is India. Bring beads in.
Just realized I used the wrong size on that one, but I'm not taking it apart. It's together now. I'll use it on something.
Show us what you mean.
The center bead is supposed to be this size.
Oh.
I use
well, it's cute. Yeah, Violet, honey honey adds to a lot of things. But this box right here, I mean, you can see that it's full, and I have like 5 or 6 of these. That's because I would buy stuff in great big bulk packages. Basically by the kilo. I've even bought my seed beads by the kilo before. Okay. That is what's just a little.
Thanks, Linda. Give rosemary lots of room. I had a bush down here, and it took over the whole center of my garden, and then it died. So that was a headache to dig out.
Yeah, it gets very bushy here. Very
it gets huge.
Well, woody. It also gets very woody. Okay, I think we're going to put one more little silver charm on there. Let's see what we like. Oh, it's too big. This one.
Well, I like these little floral caps too. I might use some of those.
I have a lot of check flowers, and they're great for caps.
You just want to make sure when you use them that when they're hanging on the charm, they're hanging down.
Yeah.
Don't they look funny going up?
Well,
I don't know.
It depends on if you've got them on both sides of the bead.
Yeah.
That one doesn't want to go on. I closed the circle just a little tight, so you just got to open it a little bit. Okay, come on now, behave yourself. There we go. Once you get stuff on here like this, it becomes a point where the person trying to watch you do something can't see anything.
Yeah.
My fingers are just in the way. And I'm going to tell you, this is an inexpensive pair of jewelry pliers. There again, I have expensive ones, and this is my go-to pair. I've had those since I was in high school, I think. If I had half the jewelry I made when I was in high school, I probably would have been rich here a few years ago. Because it was all, you know, real retro. Okay, so once I get all my charm dangles on, I want to put a bead on my big piece. Let's see, what do we want? What do we want? Here's a nice big red bead. Need something for that to sit. Just that. The other thing is I know that my lamp work takes these size 11 seed beads most of the time. It's just the wire has to fit. Because I use the same size mandrel every time to make my beads. So this has just been my go-to since I started making lamp work to put some seed beads in there. But anytime you have a bead with a big hole and it's wiggling around on your wire, just put some seed beads in. Malaya, I got rid of a lot of plastic beads and things like that when I started making, really making jewelry. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little lobster claw on this piece so that I can attach this. Am I going to do that, or am I going to tie that on? Okay, I have some lobster claws that are big, and I think I'm just going to put that on there. Nope, I'm not. I don't want it to be on there that snug. I think I want to tie it on or attach it with a jump ring. So I'll have to get a jump ring. I want it to flex more than that was going to let it do. Sometimes you got to look at what's attached. Becky's so quiet when she's good.
I'm just thinking. I want a clear bead on the end. I'm going to have everything pulled out.
Hi, Debbie Lee. I haven't seen it like that. Okay. Well, the big thing is that this is, and I used to make a lot like these and put them on chains. This makes a perfect pendant for a project in any way, shape, or form. It's great for a necklace. It's great for other things. I do know people that actually wear earrings that big, but I don't tend to make them like that because most people don't want them that big. what my plan sort of is on that one is to this is a closed jump ring. Closed jump ring means it has no slot in it. Like he was talking about twisting a jump ring earlier instead of pulling it apart. This one doesn't have that slot. It's been soldered closed. I hope you guys...
Hi, Mary.
Awesome, Malaya. I'm going to just put this on here. You see that little ring is there? I'm going to tie this around my book in the middle. As if I can get it up through there. Sorry, I took it out of frame, but because one of the things I don't want is to have those charms in the way all the time. So I'm just using some wax linen to tie that little non-jump ring, soldered jump ring, closed jump ring, whatever you want to call it, on there. Oh, I cleaned up. Now I have no scissors.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they just got shoved all the way back in the little tray. Okay, so now I have seed beads everywhere. Okay, I'll be right back. Again, I don't have everything I need out. Just amazing to me that I could get out 3 tons of stuff but not have a jump ring.
Oh, geez. I have all of my supplies in 2 of the big shopping bags. And then when I get ready to put them away, I just stack everything back in the shopping bags and slide them in the closet.
Well, you've seen my map drawers, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I kind of have like 16 map drawers filled with beads. So
Oh, gosh.
I have one whole map drawer for wire. So that is what happens when you live so far away from anything that you have to buy stuff because you're afraid you won't be able to get it.
Yeah.
In South Dakota, we live 2 hours from anything. So I'll be right back.
Okay, babe. Yeah, but I've quit Walmart. I'm not going back there. I'm just not. Everybody else can shop Walmart, but I'm not going to set foot in their store again. I'm just fed up with their policies. And I understand why they have them, but I just think it's ridiculous that everybody has to be punished for a few bad apples. I just don't, I resent having to produce a receipt to leave their building. Once I buy this material, it's mine. And it's an illegal search. I have done nothing to have them ask me to see my receipt. So that's why I'm not going. They can, yeah. They can search everybody else that wants to give their rights up. I'm not doing it.
Walmart is my most hated list. Guys, I will tell you that rings and things. The big problem with rings and things is you have to buy in bulk. But they are usually good quality. So it's one of those places that I used to buy things from. So, and this batch of jump rings happens to be oval, but that was the first ones I came to, so that'll work. And like Becky said, you want to twist a jump ring open, like so. See that? Mary's leaving. Oh, bye, Mary.
Bye, Mary.
Uh-oh, she's got to go mow. I'm certainly hoping.
Oh, I hope it's not as hot there as it is here.
Yeah, thanks, Mary.
Drink lots of water.
Yeah, most definitely. Okay, this is a better size lobster claw for what I want. So I am going to use it to attach my little dangle from my foot. So I'm going to put it on the lobster claw, and then I'm going to put it on my little dangle. Oh, it was. Dangle, and then I'm going to push it back. And I'm doing that with my fingers, but a lot of people it takes two pairs of pliers to do. I just am so used to it. And my thumbnails are trashed. But so now I have a cute little dangle. Now I can put it, this little ring that's on my foot right there. I can put it. This thumbnail, however, won't work. I put it on my foot. Apparently I have 7 thumbs. And it's cute on my book. And I could add more charms to this if I want. I can put some more charms on the lobster claw, or I could add more to another lobster claw and put it on that little ring. Whatever I would want to do. I think it needs a little something more. Either that or this needs to be hung where it stays up here. I may have to tie it on differently so that it stays up higher.
I thought I had some lobster claws, but I must have used them all.
Wow.
Have to put it on my list.
So now I'm going to use some head pins and just make some little charms to use for whatever. On this video. Oh, thank you, Janet. Yeah. Or cord and beads. You can start with just wire and beads. Yes, and that's why I was using just wire.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is that beads, wire. I really think you need a pair of these and wire cutters.
Yeah.
So those are the things that trying to wrap wire around a pencil, it just doesn't work. Now, when it comes to fancy tools like this one, I didn't buy these until just a few years ago. I used pencils for years to just make a big loop around if I wanted a big loop.
See, I got this whole bag here at the thrift store. It's just little, I mean, they're probably plastic, but I mean, to get started, I mean.
I was supposed to say, yeah, that works.
To get your technique down. No, they're cold to the touch. I don't know. They could be glass.
I always put them between my teeth, but if they came from this thrift store, you want to wash it first.
Yeah, I was going to say, no, not right now.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I had some.
Yes, Sherry. I'm not time wise. I quit making my own rings a long time ago because it just seems like that takes a lot of time, and I can get other things accomplished better in that time frame. I'm going to use some head pins now, just make some cute little charms that I can add to something else. And I had some. And these are really tiny little spacers. What, Becky?
I just found some 20 gauge copper wire.
Ah, okay. Most craft wire, by the way, girls, is copper inside. This is copper inside. If it's not, then it's probably pot metal inside. Put that on. This on. Oops. Dropped it. These are little tiny itty bitty cones, metal cones for bead caps. And now I'm just putting on some seed beads that'll go down in the middle of my other bead. Can't see them. I will be so glad to get my eyes done.
I'm sure.
Well, I know I'll end up having to wear readers, but that's okay if I can see. Now nothing's working, you know.
Oh.
My glasses aren't working and readers don't work, and it's an interesting mix. Less than a month, well, at least for the bad eye. Then we'll get the other one done. Hopefully in November.
I did a pair of earrings.
Woo!
See? Ta-da!
Debbie, that is true with hi Joan. That is true with a lot of craft wire. It is maybe also a little too thin. One thing I can tell you about wire is you can harden it. It is not an easy thing to do. If you take a piece of wire that's straight like this and a hammer and a hard surface and very gently hammer it, tapping it lightly, that will harden it. It's sometimes not worth the hassle. But dead soft silver wire, if you don't harden it with a hammer, you do have issues like that. So. Becky's got cute little earrings. I'm just going to make a cute little dangle. Another thing, when you're making charms that you don't know for sure what you're going to do with, it's a good idea to put a reasonable size loop at the top. And that means about 1/8 of an inch.
Sorry, I go quiet when I'm trying to like deal with jump rings
And everything. You know what I should have done? It's not going to go on there good. That's all right. We'll leave that one like that. But the next one I'll make bigger. Of course, the next one I'm going to make different too. Always different. You get quiet when you get to look.
Yeah, when I'm like opening a jump ring or any of that kind of stuff.
.20 gauge, yes, Debbie, that's what I like. 20 gauge is. The only thing I don't like about electric fence wire is that it always seems so stiff. It's very hard on your hands if you wire wrap it very much with it. But I used to buy some of it. I bought some of it, and I have some of it in my stash due to the fact that it's readily available in the middle of South Dakota.
My cousins and I would dare each other to touch the electric fence. Weren't we stupid? Anyway.
Okay. I don't know, Becky. Oh, dear.
When you got a cousin named Peggy Sue, be prepared.
Be prepared. Get you in trouble. Okay. Uh-huh.
Oh, have fun at the farmer's market and library, Barbara. Thanks for stopping in.
That sounds like fun.
Wish I had some small clasp, but all I got is these huge 20 millimeter. I need to go through these bags and reorganize, and I think I need some more boxes.
See, now, if I make this big loop on this charm, I can just put it on one of these, like so. And then it can be taken on and off. Now, since I boo-booed and made a little one on there, I can put a jump ring on it. So, and the jump ring will fit on this.
Oh, dear, Violet. I'm sorry you lost your project. I was just reading the chat real quick.
Uh-oh. Tissue paper with my pod, and then it's back. Okay, Violet, what did you put it down on? You know, I use, it's called freezer wrap. Just a minute, I'll get you the box to show it to you. Well, I thought I would. I guess it's not here. But I use freezer wrap. It's white on plastic. It's white paper. It's plastic on one side and paper on the other side. And believe it or not, Mod Podge does not stick to it. Oh yeah, yeah, because that's just regular sheet plastic, Violet. Mm-hmm. But the freezer wrap Mod Podge does not stick to it. So that's something to consider. Okay, let's get out a little piece of chain. Okay, now this is just chain with about 1/8-inch links in it. I'm just going to cut it. I don't want it real long today. When you cut chain, make sure you keep your fingers around it too, because those pieces will fly off. Flying metal pieces are just not my favorite. Then we're going to need oh, poor thing. To dream about it and then have it come out bad. That's just mean, isn't it? Okay, so I'm going to take something, attach it to this thing. This will be fun. And now all my charms I'm going to attach to this piece of chain. So let's see, I think it needs to be pink. Let's see what we got in the way of pink. Okay, let's see here. Let's do these instead. Back up this one. Or do that. That. These. Hi, Marcy. I swear. Oh dear, Violet. Okay, yeah, that would probably be best if you don't try waking up in the middle of the night to make something like that. That would not be good. I think that might cause a little problem.
These were some charms somebody else made and sent to me. So I got like all of these that she made for me. Oh, she's got some with the wire wrapping too. I haven't done that.
Oh, yeah. Because they're longer beads and she wrapped the wire around them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty. That one she did a little kind of decorative thing at the bottom.
Putting a loop on both ends of pieces also lets you do things with them later down the road. You know, making a link instead of a charm.
Yeah.
If it has a little loop on both ends, then it's considered a link. Hi, Francis.
Turn them into necklaces that way.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, she made me an angel. Very pretty.
Oh, Hobie. Well, hi, Gloria. Guys, if we have missed saying hello to you, I apologize.
Boho beads. Yeah, they kind of do look like boho beads.
Now, another thing. Yeah. Another thing I'm going to tell you is remember, if you're going to attach something to a chain, to do it before you finish your wire wrap. Okay? And I'm hoping you guys can at least see parts of what's going on. I've got it in as far as the camera will let me go.
I'm digging right now.
Uh-huh.
Just to see. These are, I spoke about the little tin thing that I made, the little bead charm hanger.
Push it away from you a little bit because I can't see it.
I'm trying to get it apart. There's three of them stuck together.
Okay.
There we go. It's just a tart tin.
Oh, uh-huh.
And you just make holes. Scott figured out how to do it. You can't do it with a Dremel tool. You have to do it. I can't remember how he did it now, but because this thing, a drill or anything like that catches this and slings it across the room.
Right.
So, but I'd put a hole in the center, and then I do my dangles to hang around it.
Okay. I have one of these. This is a jewelry hole punch, and around the edges you could use this to punch the holes. In the center, you'd have to use something else. But Scott, a nail would probably do that.
Yeah.
Pretty beads. Pretty beads. Yes, pretty ones.
Pretty ones. Oh, I found small lobster class.
Oh, okay. Yay. I love these with the heart on them, but they're pretty good size.
Oh, I've got such a wreck now. Oh, well.
That's standard procedure, isn't it? I thought it was. I thought that's just how it worked.
What I need to do is get everything that needs to go in divided boxes separated out so I know how many boxes I need to buy.
I have boxes. The dividers don't always work so well.
Oh, I've also got these. The little lariat clips that you can get with the...
Oh, uh-huh.
They're over there by at Michael's. They're with the kids'
stuff.
Plastic cording stuff.
Yes, and those would work perfect to go on a journal. You don't need a fancy jewelry lobster claw.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just adding the charms to the chain one at a time.
And these other clasps work good to just store your charms too. You know, slide them on there and keep them.
Yeah. These beads always irritate me because this one you can't get a head pin through.
Ah.
It's a big metal bead, but you can't put a head pin through it. So, and then the next one you can. So. We have quite a lovely crowd in here this afternoon. I'm so glad you guys could join us. It's getting dark and gloomy here, but...
Oh, you can keep it. Because every time, whatever you say you're having, we get it like 2 days later.
Oh, you're going to get it, yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, if you get what we had last Friday, I would run for the hills.
Oh, goodness.
I was out driving in it. That was just, it was awful.
Well, we had
snow that was not as bad.
We had some weather like that week before last, and I had put Bernadette out in her play yard and ran to Traveler's Rest, and it just drenched her, and she doesn't have any cover. It didn't look like that bad when I left. I felt so bad. I dried her off and put the heater on and let her sit in front of it. It was nerve-wracking trying to get back, and you know, I couldn't go but like 10 miles an hour.
Yep. And yet you would have felt guilty leaving her in the house if it hadn't rained.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Irma's got rain. If she's 25, 30 minutes away from me, it depends on the traffic. I don't know how far it actually is. And hello, Irma. Hello, JL. Keyboard buried under stuff. Yeah, that's what happens. Frances is always losing her pen. Uh-huh. JL's Janice. I forgot that. Thank you, Janet, for reminding me. It just dawned on me, I think I already have a pink one of these. Oh, there it comes. You hear it?
Is it thundering? Because I
Yeah.
can't hear it.
Yeah, it just popped. It's gonna rain pretty soon.
Oh, gosh.
That's just normal. Here it often does that. Now it can also rain in the front yard and not in the backyard, and I am not kidding. It has seriously rained in my front yard and not in my backyard. But when it does rain, it rains.
Oh, that worked out cool. The lady hanging on the moon charm that I made today matches the dangle I already had in my stash. So now this is journal ready.
Oh, cool. See, and it's all ready. Having the little charms already. The only thing is that if you make the little charms ahead of time, you do have to use jump rings to attach them and stuff.
Yeah.
Jeffrey's home. I wonder what kind of trouble we're in now.
Uh-oh.
Well, we're the ones that are the bad guys in this whole thing.
Of course.
That's just the way it works. It works like that with your kids and your parents.
Well, that was funny. Yesterday morning, got that text from Greg at like 8 o'clock. Well, the roofers are here. And y'all know he works nights, right?
Oh.
He works 4 p.m. till 2:30 a.m.
Oh, no.
12-hour shift. So he was just getting to sleep. So last night's work shift didn't go well either. And I was like,
I'm sure.
I said, it's only for 2 days, and then they'll be done. They'll be done today. Yeah. So, but I did feel kind of bad for him because he does work hard.
He was wore out, Mom. Yes, Janice, you need to dig them out and use them on your journal.
I also make things like that and hang them on makeup bags or things like that.
You can hang them on your keys. Especially if you've got a good sized jump ring where it can go on something else, or lobster claw where it can go on something else. Okay, I don't like the way there it is. Okay, that just doesn't sit nicely, so we'll just change that around. Hello, Jeffrey. Did you eat? Okay. That bead's got this is terrible. That bead's got a booger on it. Over 100 journals, Janice. Woo! Okay, Linda, dear. We'll see you later. Allie's here. Hello, Allie. Okay, Dawn. Bye. Okay, what was I doing? I forgot which one I was working with. Okay. Well, I didn't like the way that one was sitting. Okay, there we go. That's what we do. There we go. That's better. Well, Irma says it's raining over in Milton, so. So is everything okay? You didn't see him then? Okay. Yeah. Oh, you didn't even make a list? Oh, okay. Okay, all right. Jeff says it is really, 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 really nasty up north of us.
Uh-oh.
Which, as long as it doesn't pop my power, we're okay. Apparently last Sunday, no, not last Sunday, Sunday before last, that's what happened, is that somewhere up there it popped the power. Because all of a sudden I didn't have any internet.
Uh-oh.
Another thing is these beads are in packages, but the ones you get at a lot of these little metal beads like I'm using, a lot of these come from Michael's in a strand. So they're strung up in a strand instead of a package. Patricia's north of me and it's sunny and 75. Yeah, Patricia, you're ways north of me, aren't you? Yeah. Lisa is out. Oh, Janet's already told you. She's out to lunch with her hubby. She said she wouldn't be here today. She was disappointed that she wasn't going to be here, but, you know, when your hubby says, do you want to go out to lunch? You say, yes, sir. And you go. And I think they were going to go someplace that she really wanted to go to lunch to.
Yeah, because she wanted ribeye.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, a ribeye steak.
A ribeye steak. Uh-huh. It's funny, we very rarely go out to eat steak, but we eat it at home. Not a lot, but much more often than we go out to eat it because it's so good on the grill.
Yeah.
And I can buy 2 steaks plus for the price you buy one in this, restaurant. So. Okay, I think we need a little flour, but the little flour is going to need some kind of little seed. I have another one.
Well, I was wondering if you were going to make it today with everything going on.
There's not much we can do until we wait. The electrician was in yesterday. We don't have that's the biggest problem, is that Dad's very frustrated with having to wait. He was ready to start moving furniture and stuff like that. And we can't really do that until everything is, a little bit more nailed down. The electricians, and we had to have 2 because they didn't know if the HVAC system had been popped. They think his air conditioner might have survived, but they won't know for sure until they turn power back on, and they can't turn power back on.
Boy.
Yeah, it's kind of a big old mess. The furnace is gas, so it's just a matter of rewiring to the furnace and making sure that the blowers and everything work. Hi, Turquoise Dreamin'. But the electrician, the 2 electricians came. They got their stuff that they have to do. Well, they have to figure it out. I mean, there's no way they can just tell you right away how much that's going to all cost. But because the ceilings have to be taken down in half the house and walls have to be cut out, they have to have a drywall guy.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, and then we'll have to have a paint guy. So all of those people have to come and give us the estimates so that we can give them back to the insurance company. So, there's some waiting to be done, unfortunately. And it's hard. It's hard when you don't have your house, and it's hard when you feel. I'm sure he feels totally and completely helpless. Of course,
has the insurance adjuster been out?
Basically, when we went to the insurance company, okay, today's Tuesday. We actually just went yesterday. See, it all happened late, Friday. They probably won't need to send an adjuster unless when they see how much it's going to cost, then they might send an adjuster. But basically, they're saying all we have to do is just get all the estimates together, and then they'll approve it.
Yeah. I was just thinking maybe they could give him some funds for temporary living while he's waiting.
They can.
Okay.
But he's staying with his girlfriend, which works nicely, except for the drive across the bridge. And he could stay with us, and he could stay with Perry. But for the moment, that's where he's wanting to stay. So that's okay. I talked to him yesterday. We have what's called a residence inn here in town.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've ever stayed in one of those, but they're like little tiny efficiency apartments. They're really nice. And they said that they would cover that if he chooses to use it. And he might do that later. The big thing is that it's a long way from his house to where he's staying, and he really doesn't need to be driving in that traffic. At the same time, he doesn't need to be here right now because he can't do anything.
Yeah.
Okay, this is pretty, but it's just not me.
It's purple.
It's purple and pink, purple and pink. Just another pink one on there.
Thank you, Turquoise Dream. She said the dangles are pretty.
No, thank you. Where's my other one I made? She wasn't here when I made the other one. This one is for my book. It's nice and bright. It's much more me. Much more me. So. Violet, I haven't even I haven't come close to making 100. It'll take me a while to get that far. If I manage to do it in my lifetime, that will be the next question. I swear it sounds like she's using a punch, doesn't it, guys?
It's just this little locking mechanisms.
Ah, okay.
On these, you got to push the little button in before you can open them. So that's what y'all are hearing.
When back in the day when I was buying a lot of small beads, and I've got a lot of crystal too, I bought these things.
Look like Tic Tac boxes.
They look like Tic Tac boxes. These actually came from Bead Whim Beads, which is out in California. And then I bought fishing tackle boxes that these fit in, because these just seem to work better for me than those little boxes like you've got. Thank you, Lucy. Hi, Lucy. Well, some of mine are ones that I make, so I get to play with beads I make. That's part of it, I have a wonderful little stash. So this is another little stash, and these basically are leftovers because they're
good one. You got your lunch?
I usually try to make them in pairs, but you always have to make 5 or 6 to get pairs. So
have a good night.
bye, Scott. Jeff just came in and Scott's leaving.
Yep, Scott's heading to work. He just woke up from a nap, so.
Well, that's a good thing. My Jeff's probably going to go check his eyelids for holes. He got up fairly early. The last few days he's been getting up real early because he's been meeting with his dad and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I was thinking that was going to pull off from there, but it's not.
I think it needs a little bit more silver stuff, and then it's done. Yep. It's not going to pull off there?
Yeah, the holes look really huge in those, and I thought that head pin's going to come straight off.
Okay, I miss Gloria leaving, so bye, Gloria.
Thanks, Francis.
But do not need another hobby. And Lucy, yeah, it's been my job for almost 20 years now. Luckily, it doesn't have to be a serious job. Hi, Mark is here. Mark hasn't been in one of my lives in a while.
I need to watch Mark's video. He put one up today of one of the boxes he got in.
Oh.
I haven't had a chance to watch it because I was trying to get ready to come on in here. I'm going to put a clear one on.
Well, there's one of those laying on the table, and here I'm looking in the bag for them. That. How do you make beads? I know it's molten glass, but that's all I know. Okay. Just a minute. This is a rod of glass. Okay. It comes in lots and lots of different colors. I buy it like this. It's about 18 inches long, maybe. There's different kinds of glass. Then I have a skinny metal rod, and I usually use a 3/32 rod. I do have some fat rods, but I like the littler ones. And I have, let me find, okay, we're going to pretend this is my torch. Okay, and it spits fire out that way. Wow, goody, that one made the floor shake. So my torch spits fire this way. I warm up the metal rod and I put the glass rod in the flame. And when the glass rod starts to melt, then I wrap it around. Oh, I should have started. This metal rod's got some stuff on it called bead release, but it's like clay. It's like dried clay on there. And I melt this glass rod. And you notice I did that because glass doesn't like to get hot in a hurry or cold in a hurry. So you put it in and out a little bit, melt it. And when it starts to melt, you wrap it around the metal rod. And as you spin it, that's what makes it round. And of course, I don't have round ones in here because I purposely make them non-round a lot of times. So this is a round one. But the spinning motion, glass is a liquid. So anytime you spin it, it has that centrifugal force that makes it round. Once the bead is made and I have added little glass rings with another piece, kind of like that, or I put dots on it, or these are actually left very lumpy on purpose and they're made lumpy. Believe it or not, that's not the easiest thing to do. It's not hard. I've done it too many years for it to be hard, but it's not the easiest thing. This one has a little stripe of another kind of glass on it. once the bead is made, then it has to go in the kiln, and the kiln is to cool it. The kiln is not to heat it, it's to cool it. And because if glass cools too quickly, it will shatter. So it's called annealing when you bring the temperature of the glass down slowly over a period of hours. So that's the simplified version. And the girls have been asking me to show you that. And the biggest problem with it, guys, is that it takes a little bit to film. And frankly, to do it by myself, I'm afraid I'd hurt myself. It's not that hard to hurt yourself. I've not done it badly in a long, long time. But, and I wear little, okay, I don't think you can see it, but there's a spot there. And there's a couple of spots here where when I closed my arm, it went like that. It burnt right there. There's 2 little spots there. They're mostly small, but when they're burned, they are very deep, bad burns. They're just tiny. And I haven't burnt myself in a big... Patricia, is it... Oh, is it the 22nd? I think it's the 22nd. I do have some beads in the boutique shop, like Janet has just listed. I sell beads, and I actually have a bead sale in a group coming up next weekend. But my live sale here on YouTube, I think it's Thursday the 22nd. Is that a Thursday, guys?
Yes.
Okay, then it'll be Thursday the 26th. Thank you. Janet's on the ball. Gosh, I don't know what we would do without her. But yes, Thursday the 22nd, I've got a live sale. And I actually have some really fun stuff I've been putting together for that. Okay, I'm going to call this one done.
Pretty.
I'm sure that I will eventually make a journal that it's perfect for, but for now. Thank you, Debbie. Well, I've always liked glass. I've always liked beads. I've done beads and stuff like that for a long time. Somewhere along the line, we were in Nebraska, and my son wanted a guitar right after Christmas. So I took him to this guitar store. And next door was a stained glass store, and they were going to have a demonstration. And I ended up in the stained glass store for the demonstration, and the kit was $100. Now, Lark Books had kits way back in the day. I mean, way back. At that time, $100 was more money than I had, so needless to say, I didn't get one back then. But by this time, I had $100, and I got a kit, and I just started making beads. Let me see. I think these are 2.5 inches. They're not my favorites, but just a minute, Susan. I will measure it. Yeah, these are 2.5.
I just think the longer the better on those.
That's right. 3-inch ones can get expensive. And I bought, as you can tell, I bought a lot of these at one time, because at that time I was making knitting stitch markers. And when you're making knitting stitch markers, then this worked perfectly. They're a little short sometimes, but they're working fine for this stuff. 2 inches to me is just a little short. 2.5 gives me just a little bit more to work with. Thank you, Turquoise Dreaming. I have these. I bought these in both silver color and copper color because I just really loved them. I think we need another little. I think I'm going to make another one of these. I think that's just really cute. And one of the things I do not like about this chain is about every few links, for some reason, the coating on it has made it where the pieces are stuck together. That one wasn't, but, and this came, I'm sure, from Rings and Things. I do keep gel stuff in my chain because it just helps, especially here in the humidity. Patricia's going to make an ankle bracelet. That's cool. Susan, you know, unless you slam them around, they are pretty sturdy. I'm not going to tell you they won't break because they are glass, but they're not as easy to break as you think. You know, one of those flower beads that I showed, I don't know, it's been a while since I showed you one, but it's flat. Anytime you get a bead that's round, even round with this edge on it, it's sturdier than a flat bead. And I am not kidding. I took the Dremel and I was cleaning the inside of the hole on that flat bead. I had hold of it like this, and I was cleaning it with a Dremel, with a diamond reamer, and I lost control. And the Dremel threw that bead. It took me 2 weeks to find it, but I did find 3 dents in the drywall where it had hit.
Oh, wow.
Okay, when I found it, it was just fine. I was like, okay. I mean, it flung it so hard that it put dents in the drywall. But it was okay when it hit, and the floor was concrete. So that doesn't mean that it will be okay the next time. When I package them carefully, which I hope. My brother-in-law told me he had a bag of plastic peanuts for me, which makes me very happy because I'm almost out. No, Debbie, I don't have a video on just it. I probably should do one like that on the video because I've done this kind on a video. Yeah, Allie, if you anneal a piece of glass properly, they're pretty sturdy. Now, y'all probably know the difference between a ball jar and a drinking glass, right? You know, a canning jar and a drinking glass. But those are 2 different kinds of glass. The kind of glass I use is like a drinking glass, but it's been annealed. It's been put through the kiln and left sit to soak at different temperatures until it cools down slowly. So that's what helps them to be stronger. And that's why beads from China are not as strong, because they don't get that proper annealing process. You're getting a whole little collection there.
Do what?
You're getting a whole little collection.
Yeah, I wanted to have some ahead. Even in my lower lens, I can't see where the break is. There we go. I think that's it.
Lucy, and that's another thing. If they weren't packaged well, that's part of it. And then the other thing is whether or not they were annealed properly. I'm really, I buy boxes. I don't, my beads, I might send beads like this, or these little ones like this in a bubble wrapped envelope, but my flowers and stuff, they all go in boxes because I know that they are not going to withstand the mail.
USPS love.
Yeah. Oh, I got to talk to the USPS county superintendent secretary yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Well, they don't pick up our mail. If we don't have any outgoing mail, they just drive right by. And I've talked to our post office 4 times. And today he left something that doesn't belong to this house. So,
Jeez.
yep. So I, sent pictures and said, okay,
Well, one of my medical receipts where, from Abbott Labs, telling what part of the insurance was going to cover my bill.
Mm-hmm.
A neighbor opened it and then brought it up here, but they had lost the original envelope, but they were nice enough to bring it and put it in the mailbox for me. But still, I look at who things are addressed to. I just don't open all of the mail.
Right.
Because I know the mailmen, they just go where and deliver it wherever that machine has sorted it to. They don't look at the addresses anymore.
Well, what's really interesting to me is that he put this it's a package. He actually scanned it and put it in our box anyways.
Oh, jeez. And something else that always irritates me. The mail lady up here is not bad about it, but down at the house, they'll pull up to the mailbox and they'll put like letters and things in the mailbox. And then they'll come to the door with a package.
Yep.
And I'm like, if you're coming to the door with a package, why not bring all of the mail?
Yeah. Because they already put the mail in the mailbox and they can't take it out,
Once it goes in, it doesn't come out. No.
Well, I have called about them not taking our outgoing mail when they don't have anything else, like 4 times. So yesterday I had to be downtown anyways, so I went to the main post office, put in my 2 cents worth. I was very nice, but I did put in my 2 cents.
Well, I'm sure that gets old too. These are plastic, but I think they'll be cute.
Lucy, no, everyone doesn't do that. The good bead makers do that. That's the thing. And I actually have 2 kilns. I only use one of them these days. Used to be when I was in South Dakota making beads 2 and 3 times a day, I would fill up more than 1 kiln. I just don't get a chance to do that now. So. Oh, okay. Susan's going to decorate herself. That's true, I suppose, Susan, there. And Patricia, it's not unusual. There are a bunch of bead makers that do those. Sure. Susan, yeah, that you can just make all kinds of things. Beads out and back to school cleaning. Oh, I wouldn't want to do back to school cleaning. Not me. I just need to be cleaning. That's all. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. It's May. Okay. Okay. Can you come and take this to the other room when you get a chance, so it just doesn't keep doing that in here? Yeah. Okay. What did I do here? Right here. That's the problem. It's right here. Thank you, hon. I appreciate it. You came in and Scott went to work. Yeah, well, that's true.
He said he was trying to put it off as long as possible because auditors were in the building.
Oh, yuck.
He said, I hate going in when they've been in there.
Okay, so what did I tell you earlier not to do? I made the loop and I closed the loop and I didn't put it on the chain.
Uh-oh.
Now, some days I would just cut it off and start over again, but today I have a plan. I had to put this one on a jump ring, so I'll just put it on the same jump ring with this one. Another thing you can do is on these closed jump rings, you can just put it on a closed jump ring. So now you got another little fun way to make another little charm thing, which is really cute.
Piano hinge journal. Huh. I don't think I've ever seen one.
Well, that would be fun to use a piano hinge.
Yeah.
How many jump rings do I use to attach it to the class? Just one, Patricia. Here's the thing. If you buy quality jump rings, one will do the job. If you buy lightweight, not so great jump rings, and believe me, I have had that happen, although they were not supposed to be lightweight and inexpensive jump rings. They were supposed to be good ones. You can have problems with just using one. I used to make these great big huge, what I call them Carmen Miranda bracelets, you know, cha-cha-cha, you know, big, lots of charms and all kinds of things. And they would have 100 beads on them. And I had a customer, I only had one before I found out what was going on. I had bought a batch of jump rings that weren't any good. And she lost one of her beads, of all things, in a porta potty.
Ew.
Yeah, ooh is right. It went down between the wall and the floor. And I said, I'm glad she, you know, didn't hunt for it because I can replace that bead. But I started having to solder my jump rings. They were sterling silver jump rings. And, but as though that was the only time I've ever had one that failed, is when it was a bad batch of jump rings. So you can also use split rings. This is a split ring. And the split ring is like a key ring. Okay, so it is 2 complete circles, or almost complete circles, of wire. And let me see if I can get it apart where you can see it. My thumbnail's probably not strong enough. Okay. But, oh, you see where it comes apart? It's got a, okay, and that means that there's a leading edge where you can slide something on and wrap it and slide it all the way around, and then you're sure it won't come apart. I don't know what she can't find, but whatever it is, it's frustrating her.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Looking for another clip. Like I said, I need to go through this stuff and figure out what's where.
Well, I need some more cute beads, and I don't have any more cute ones. Right now, I have to get down here. See what fun things I have in here. Oh, these will be cute. More of those.
My problem with the split rings is I can't get my fingers to cooperate with them.
Skewers. Oh, okay. With the skewers, now I know what she's talking about. Actually, I think, hasn't Lisa made one like that? A piano hinge one? With the, Susan just said with the skewers. So is that not what Lisa had made?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sure.
My friend has something like that, Susan, that she put some little pearls in. You know, we get oysters here, and if you get oysters from the right place, you can get little pearls here and there. And she had gotten little pearls over time and wanted something to put in them, so she had a little glass locket like that. I think she got it at Hobby Lobby that she put her little pearls in. But yeah, you'd want to make sure that the locket could not come open. Oh, eyeballs. Well, for all the thunder, I don't think it's rained yet.
I'm just making all kinds of dangles to have on hand. I use my dangles more often on makeup bags that I hand make.
But these,
I just put them on the zipper.
These would be cute on purses too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just something little to dangle here and there. A purse charm or a... Oh, I keep running out of the little seats. Yes, Janet, I've seen that too. You can make a little tiny blown bead the way I make beads, but I'm not good at it. I wouldn't want to try to do it for someone's ashes.
See, that's my problem. I don't have anything to hold it open. The split ring.
Oh, I just usually wedge a pair of needle nose pliers in it.
Yeah, my needle noses are all rusted up. I got to get me a new pair. Scott said we could stick them in molasses and wait a few days and it would clear it all off. I was like, well, I don't have any molasses either.
Do you have any sewing machine oil?
Probably somewhere here.
You might find that if you oiled them up with that it would help. I don't know for sure. I send them out to the shop with Jeffrey and have him buff them with his rouge stuff on his buffing wheel. Janice says she's got a pair of split ring pliers. I have a pair too, Janice. They don't work for diddly squat. At least my pair doesn't. I don't know.
I don't do jewelry often enough to justify getting too crazy, but I can do Harbor Freight.
The big problem with Harbor Freight is a lot of their pliers do not have, they have teeth. That's, and you need things that don't have teeth. Frankly, you can get inexpensive pliers at Michael's, Joann's, Hobby Lobby, even Walmart.
Yeah.
For jewelry tools.
Yeah, see, I got the set that had all the pliers in it. That's why I got these funky angled ones.
Angled ones. I have a set of those too. I don't use them very much. It's my my wire cutters that I really go to Harbor Freight for.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I have one more.
Susan said, Becky, do you have a very thin metal flat something? Metal something that would hold it open?
I probably do. Somewhere.
The pull thingy on her back, on Lucy's backpack purse just broke. That would be perfect for it, wouldn't it? You can just make up a little charm and zip up your backpack with it.
Yeah. And then all her little friends would be wanting you to make charms. Scott left. Now I'm yawning my head off. Anyway.
I was awake I've been awake half the night for the last 4 nights, you know, worrying about all this mess.
Oh. That was us about that first roofer we had out. And finally it was like, you know what? This is causing us not to sleep. And our whole bodies were telling us, not a good idea.
Yeah.
So, sometimes it's really good to listen to your gut.
Apparently my Jeff's sister's husband, you know, we lost his sister a while ago. Apparently he's having trouble with his contractor.
Uh-oh. Similar
kind of thing. And you know, we had trouble with our window contractor back it's been a year and a half, I think, ago. It only took 8 months to get windows that we had sitting in the driveway put in.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But luckily we had windows. It wasn't like they were empty or like Dad's house where it's not usable.
Yeah.
A pen works. Yeah, I usually get it started with my needle nose pliers and then just work it around with them. But then I don't use them a lot either. I have some. Well, I shouldn't say that. I used to put these rings, these big rings, do not come with the split ring on it. They come without it. And for what I used them for, they needed the split ring on it. So I would put it on there for each piece. So I did do a lot of it, but I kind of got it down to where if I was going to be doing those, I had the right pliers in my hand, and it wasn't that big a deal. It was not that hard because you kind of get a rhythm going when you're doing repetitive tasks.
keep looking for those little daisy things like you had. I know I've got some. I just can't seem to find them.
Find them? Yeah, because
Anyway.
they're almost something you can't live without. Yes, Susan, you can often get a little kit of tools. As a matter of fact, I think I have several kits because I used to teach classes, and therefore I have kits where I so I would have them in my class.
When I was working at Michael's, and at one point the jewelry was in my area as well, and when we were stocking, we'd come across the kits, and somebody would have gone into them and pulled all of the needle nose pliers or the cutters out. So each kit was short something.
Something.
So that was infuriating to come across that. I know I have something. Probably be in the last container I pull out of here.
Of course. Isn't that always the case?
Well, that's got earring backs in it. And little barrel things. Oh, there they are. Well, they're kind of like...
Yeah, I don't use a bead roomer very often, but it does help, especially if you use pearls very much. Pearls are notorious for not having big enough holes. Okay, Susan.
Oh, Susan's got to go.
She's got doctor's appointment. I'm going to tell you a secret. Around here, all you have to do is walk outside and you get one of those shower things. I don't know if you could get to the doctor's office without being stinky, but on our day around here.
That's something when we first moved up here, one of the instructions for going to the hospital for any procedure was take a shower or bath.
Oh, dear.
I was like, really? You have to tell people to take a shower or a bath? Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, boy.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use this kitty cat. It's pretty.
Oh, that'll be cute.
And I don't think I kept the hook out. There's one in here. I don't dump everything everywhere. That would suck.
It's been known to happen before around here.
I might use those purple beads that are sitting there. Well, good news. Every compartmentalized item is out of my boxes. Or out of my bags.
Then you can count, can't you?
Yeah. Well, I can see how many I need more because there's still, the bags are both still about half full of stuff I've found at thrift stores and that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think these holes are too big even. No?
That needs something. Something. It just looked a little bit boring. Yeah,
I've got a bunch of eye pins that are only like 1.5 inches, and I can't use them.
Yeah, they're just too hard to use. Yeah.
This might even be too short.
Oh, that looks cute. It's cute, but it's not going all the way. Huh. Okay, let's try different than that. Okay, now that we've stuck up. I also talk to myself when I'm making jewelry, just so y'all know. It just seems like that's what needs to be done. Is you talk to yourself and you talk to the beads.
It's how you come up with your best ideas. Have to get advice from yourself.
I should ask if anybody has any questions. I know Susan had kind of wanted me to do a slide bracelet, but I didn't have the wherewithal to get stuff out and be prepared for that today. Which not a problem.
Yuck, Susan. Oh, that's gross.
Yeah.
When I think about it, I think about that little meme that was going around about the lady using her daughter's washcloth.
Ew.
Before she went, and her daughter had just cleaned off her face of a glitter makeup. So she was very glittery.
Oh no.
You hadn't heard about that one?
No, I had not heard that one. But that's interesting. Okay. That's an interesting one, huh? Very glittery, yep. Okay, bye, Susan. Glitter, glitter. I'm not really a glittery girl. I have glitter, but only because it's been in my stash and people have given it to me, that type of thing. I've never really used a lot of glitter.
I'm using mine to try to use it up.
Uh-huh.
That's the only reason I'm using it.
That's probably what I would be doing. Huh? Besides, that cool new glitter, metallic glitter scrapbook paper is way easier to use than using glitter.
Yeah.
I like that stuff when you use it with a punch and make cute little glitter embellishments.
Yeah. Oh dear.
I'm glad that wasn't what she was thinking.
No. Oh Lord. Well,
You can't find what you need?
no, I found it. My eyes are getting tired, I think. That's why I've been putting off making them. And I'm like, if I make a commitment to do it with somebody else, maybe I'll actually get some things made.
Get some done. Uh-huh. Patricia, that's okay. We know. Mm-hmm.
It's all good.
It's all good. Yeah.
Kitty cat charm. Might stick that on my purse.
Oh, I'm going to have to go get eye drops. My goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, it's getting to the point where I can't even see the holes in the chain. I may have to switch to my other glasses. See if that'll help. Oh, thank you, Janet. Thank you very much. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I am curious, what do you guys think? Do you like this new where there's two of us at a time layout kind of thing? Or would it be better, I should have been asking this all along, would it be better for me to switch back and forth and have one person really big?
I guess it depends on what you're watching it on, too.
Well, that's the thing. I do know that a lot of people watch things on their phone, and this is not all that great for the phone.
Yep, this one's going on my purse.
Janet says 2 is great, side by side. Okay, bye, Francis.
Oh, I wish I had a husband that just arrived with supper. I have to make all of the decisions. That's a pet peeve of mine. When as far as it comes to like where we go to eat and stuff, I always have to be the one to decide. And it's like, just pick something up sometimes and surprise me, but he won't. That's just one pet peeve. I don't have very many with him.
Well, mine cooks by takeout, but that's, you know, he also grills.
Well, as long as
I don't have too many pet peeves with mine, but I've had him a long time, so you know I have him pretty well trained.
Yeah. Oh, it won't be long, and we'll have our 35th wedding anniversary.
We have ours this year. In October, actually next month. No, 2 months. October. Mina says she likes the split format and she watches on her phone. Yeah, Mina, as long as there's not 3 of us, that's something Lisa and I are talking about because, you know, on our book thing that we've been doing all year, we've had 3 people each time, and this is not going to work real well for them. But they are changing some stuff to make it where we can have 2 little boxes and 1 big box, and if the host moves it around, different people will be in the big box. So we think that will work nicely for that particular stream. And yeah, Holly, I agree. You know, I don't mind cooking if somebody else would decide what we're going to cook. That's, yeah.
Yeah. I love to cook. I wish I had somebody that liked to clean.
Oh,
that could come behind me.
Oh, Jeffrey comes and cleans up behind me.
Yeah.
He always does the dishes, even if he's been out working all day. He does the dishes usually. Now, I usually try to clean up as I go, you know, to some extent. I try not to leave him a huge mess. But he kind of got used to that when I would get up and I'd go to the studio and work. When he got up and went to work, I'd go do that. And then I would go back to work after dinner. He kind of got used to that kind of a thing where he would go and clean up after us.
Yeah. Janet. Yeah, because sometimes the screen gets changed, but I still want to watch. Patricia said, no comment on my husband. Well, I love him, and I guess I'm stuck with him.
I certainly wouldn't want to have to break in a new one.
Oh, God, no. Absolutely
I
not.
just don't think I could handle it.
This is one thing, if you're just getting started, they sell these massive glass at Michael's, and this would give you a lot to play with. I mean, you get all kinds of sizes and shapes and stuff.
Oh, you know what? I have a bunch of those. I should get that stuff out for the live sale because I won't ever use all those.
Yeah, because this would really help somebody that just wants to get started.
Yeah, I could weigh some little baggies and put them in.
Yeah.
They're not my beads. They're less expensive glass beads and stuff. You know what else I have? I have a bunch of stones. Where are my stones?
Oh, here's some more charms I made previously. I'm just finding all kinds of stuff, cleaning this out here.
That's what happens when you clean up.
Yeah. It's easier just to shove it all back in the bags and put it in the closet, but then I don't have these where I can use them. These are pretty. There's a kitty cat. I ought to put the finished ones that are actual charms aside so I could have them where I could use them.
You know, Susan asked about the length of head pins, and we didn't discuss the type of head pins. Because one of the things I learned a long time ago is that sterling silver head pins are not real strong. Now these are basically pot metal head pins, but if I'm going to make good jewelry, I use a silver plated head pin because the plating is silver, but the head pin is stronger. Either that or I use a surgical steel head pin. We didn't talk about that, but that is something to consider, guys, when if you're doing jewelry. Or these head pins are much sturdier than silver, plain silver. Plain silver is not very strong. This one's almost done. I think this one is done. Semi-precious. I've got a lot of chips and things. I used to buy strands of chips, stone chips. That one came out. I like this one a lot. This is my coloring thing. That one came out pretty.
Oh, hat pins.
Hat pins. Ooh, yeah, those would be fun. Those would be fun tucked into a fabric cluster strip or something.
Do they? Oh, it does. It just pulls off.
Janet, I probably have onyx and turquoise, quartz for sure.
You want to see a failure?
Janice, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, but that. It takes a while to break them in, but dang, then you do lose them. That's a horrible thing. What's failure?
Well, this has got hematite on it. It's been in here with all these pins.
Not just any hematite, but magnetic hematite.
Yeah, so now all the pins are stuck to it. So if I don't get them all off and I slip it on, I'm going to be... But I tried to make this kind of wire wrapped thing for my niece for her college graduation, and I hated it so much I didn't give it to her. But it's got like a clef, and it's got I love music, because she sings opera, and there's a piano. But I just didn't like how it turned out. So I was going to chop it up and get all the components out and try again.
Patricia, it depends. Do those pins have a loop on one end, Becky?
No, it's just a head pin.
It's just a head pin.
So with
So
a pin on the bottom, and it's got the little cover.
To keep the beads from falling off, you would probably have to either wire them up there or glue them up there.
That's what I was thinking. I was just thinking, how am I going to do that and have it all stay on there?
Yeah. I have this glue called micro cement. Is that what it is called? I can't remember, but it has got like a syringe tip on the glue, and it's specifically for jewelry. And you put one little tiny drop up underneath the bead and slide the bead up on it, and the bead is glued from the inside. So
they sell some kind of glue there at Michael's, I think.
Yeah, I don't think you can get that at Michael's, but like if I had the head pin and I was going to put this bead on it, I put the bead on, and I wouldn't push the bead all the way up. I would put the drop of glue on my head pin and then push the bead up, and then the glue would be inside the bead, and that's how it would stay on. Becky, I'm going to make you full size, and I'll be right back. I've got to get something for my eyes. Unfortunately, they're just dry, and I can't. They're fuzzy. So I'll be back.
All right. Well, I don't have a lot going on over here. I can show what I've made so far. I got this little clasp thingamabob with 2 plastic butterflies. Those are plastic, not glass. But the beads are glass. So that's kind of cute. And I made this dangle with the lady on the moon. And I think I'm going to send it to Mary because she likes red. She doesn't care too much for green, but she likes red. And that would go with her theme for the month. So I might gift that to Mary for her birthday. And then I turned my snowman I just made previously into earrings. And then I made these earrings. And I made this kitty cat charm. And then mostly I've just been digging through my own stash because it's such a wreck. And now I have everything pulled out. I've got some storms heading my way. Well, I'll take them because it would give us a break in the heat. Because it's currently 97 degrees here. Feels like 108. That's why Scott didn't last very long outside. And I feel so bad for those guys doing our roof down in Columbia because I'm sure it's worse in Columbia. Actually, it's not. It's worse here. It feels like 106.3 down there, but still, that's bad. 2 degrees different. Yeah, we're under a severe thunderstorm watch until 7 o'clock this evening. But then it just says mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms. With only 50% chance of showers. So I guess that 50% will be the scary stuff. And then I was just looking through this stuff, and this is a broken necklace that belonged to Scott's Aunt Marietta. So I just put broken necklace from Marietta. I might have to try to put it back together one day. Yeah, right now the sky is just a little cloudy. It doesn't look dangerous at all, but that can change quickly here in the south. So,
well, and here, like I said, it can change here and 6 miles across town at my mama's not even rain. So
yeah. Well, we had a weird shower yesterday where the sun was just shining, just as bright as it could be, and then it was just raining and raining. So,
oh, you're gonna put a crimp on the hat pin?
Oh, I don't know. Am I?
I don't know. I thought they made a crimping bead that you would put on last, crimp it down.
No, I don't know. I have crimp beads, but I don't know if that would work. These are pretty thick.
Yeah, I was gonna say most crimp beads, Janet, are for smaller, thinner wires where you have 2 of them coming back in. And yeah, I use crimp beads all the time on a lot of things. And they probably would make a crimp of some sort. That would be just interesting. Becky's in North Carolina?
South Carolina.
South Carolina, Irma. I always get confused.
South Kakalaki.
Okay, now I have something else to show you.
All right.
A different little finding that I use a lot. Okay. Does anybody recognize what that is? See that?
It looks like the end of a necklace.
That's right. It is the ring part of a type of clasp. I have some way old jewelry pieces. It's real hard to tell, Violet. You have to be careful with older things. Some of it is good and some of it isn't. Right. That's right, Alex. Okay, so bar clasps. Yes, thank you. It's a toggle. Good. I'm so glad you guys can remember the names because I couldn't for a minute. Okay, I use these a lot as soldered jump rings that are great big. So I use half of them. And they make fabulous little charms that have a big ring on them. So let's do something with that. Something cute. Let's see, what are we going to do that's cute? We're going to do one of these. Oops, where'd it go? It's away. Oh, you know what? I have, oh no, they're too big to get in there, but they would be cute with it. Let's see what we got. Let's make this a longer version.
I thought I had some stringing wire too, but I can't find it. Oh.
Did you want it for something specific, or were you going to show them something?
I was just going to string some of these colored beads together just to see what they'd look like.
See what they'd look like? Okay. And there again, I have beading wire like that, and I have it in, I think, 1,000 feet or 100 yards or something like that. They're big spools. We couldn't go to the store and get anything when we were in South Dakota. I had to have it. I mean, so if it was something I had to order, I had to get it ahead of time. There, see how cute that is?
Aw.
Just a little stacked pyramid of stuff. Yes, Irma. I used to make long beads all the time. I've made one actually that long and about as big around as my thumb. It's been a long time. I don't make them much anymore because they don't sell. They take time to hand shape a bead like that. So most people don't want to spend that kind of money on beads these days. So I don't make them much anymore. I have one that I wear that's it's not quite 4 inches long. It has flames on it. And it actually has a boo-boo from the kiln on it. So that's one of the reasons why it was mine. I have like 5 beads, maybe 6, that I've kept my whole time that I've made beads. See there, now this charm is great for lots of different things. And these fit real well if you're going to put it on a split ring for your keys or something. Because then the glass is out and away from your keys. But they also go nicely on these things, like so. Looks like a planet. Yeah, I call them my Saturn ring beads. Yep, that's how I use them. I like to I like them because they're bigger, so that if you want to clip them on something, but like say I want to actually have something else that clips on, this could be on a necklace, and then you could clip these on there too. Sorry, guys, I was reading chat. Thanks, Janet, for putting those things up. Becky gets so quiet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm off concentrating.
I know. Okay, I'm going to show you how to make a link. Let's make links and link together a couple of pieces. Let's see. I got 2 black and white ones. Now let's find something more fun. Oh, don't like that yet. I'll figure it out eventually. Okay, we'll link these 3 together, and we'll put a bigger loop on the bottom where we can put a bunch of little silver things. How's that? Okay. And I'm just cutting, I'd say there's 4 or 5 inches of this wire because I don't like to have it short. I would rather use extra wire than to not have enough. 1, 2, 3, that's good enough for now. Put that back up there. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is to make a big loop for the bottom one so that I can add the little metal dangles that I want to add. So I think maybe this one's bigger. Did we lose Becky?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just in the zone again. Sorry.
Okay. That's all right. I just wanted to be sure. The other day when Lisa and I were on Sunday, I had some weirdness happening.
Really?
Yeah. Lisa's stream kept telling me that her equipment was not there they couldn't get the stream because her equipment was not there, but yet Lisa was still on and everybody was seeing her, and it was just kind of weird. So we don't know what was going on really. Okay, so I have a loop, and it can be a little loop or a big loop, whatever one you want. There's Joyce. No, you didn't miss it. We're still here.
We're still here.
Yep. Okay, so now I'm going to put this bead on first, but I want to put some fun stuff on there, or something at least. I'm not sure what yet. So we'll start with one of those. No, maybe not. Maybe we'll make that up like that. Except that, as we remember, that they're there. These tiny little seed beads won't go on this red wire. And I do have silver wire out. It's just I knew that this wire would be easier to see. So we'll use these other seeds like that. All right. And on a link, I usually put the same stuff on the other side. That's just me. You don't have to. I just do it that way. Okay, so we have that link, that piece. Now we're going to make another loop on this end. And I'm not going to worry that it's as big. But I'm going to make it reasonably good size because the next link is going to tie into it.
Well, Lisa's stream last night went really good.
Yes, it did. It went very, very well. So hopefully YouTube's got its glitches out, and hopefully Lisa's got her all of her little bugs worked out. Okay, so that right there is a link. Okay, so now the next link can either be put together with a jump ring in between, or you can attach it to the next link, which is if you were making a chain, a beaded chain, you would just add the next one right on this one. And that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to make another loop. Low rolling thunder. At least I don't think that was a train. Well, that was good, Tanya. All right. I should have put that. Let me do it again. Sometimes we forget what we're doing. Yeah, that was one of the things. The newer software probably helped a lot. Okay, so this one, we're going to slip on to that one. What we should have done in the first place. And now we're going to get this little yeah, because honestly, the second camera she got was a little odd in how it curved things. It was a little fisheye looking. Yeah, that's another thing, is the internet speed will help. Although she really had pretty good internet speed. I still don't know. It was kind of weird. She had good internet speed, yet she had to go further. So that link is now attached to this next wire, and we're going to make the next link the same way we made that link. We're going to come on. Or you tell me you don't have a hole in your tongue. I keep using up all my little daisy spacers. They just disappear. This red wire, I would guess it's 20 gauge. These head pins are 22, so this one, I had already taken it out of the packaging, so, and yes, it's big and long, but that means that I don't have to worry if I have cut too much or not enough. It's not I have enough wire to last 3 lifetimes. And my favorite has always been copper. I love copper wire, and I used to be able to buy 16 gauge copper wire and 18 gauge copper wire at the hardware store.
It's getting to where you can't find much of anything.
Yes, I
in
know.
The stores. It's like they tell you they can order it for you.
Yep, yeah, they can order it.
Yeah, I can order it too. At home.
At home. Mm-hmm. Oh, I was trying to buy bubble wrap this morning.
Yeah, this is a design jewelry board. It's just a one I picked up at Michael's.
Right. And that board is nice if you work from the center out. Down there where Becky's hand is at the bottom of the U, yes, that's the center of your necklace, and it's measured. I don't know if you guys can see it. Let me make you bigger, Becky.
Yeah. So here's the center, and then it goes out.
And it's measured in inches, so that if you lay your design out with the centerpiece and then going up the side, like she's got it. Point to your beads, Becky.
Right here.
See, she's got beads laid in that dent.
At each half-inch mark, I guess.
Uh-huh. And so then she can tell how long her necklace is going to be based on how much is laid out there.
And it goes
then,
to 17 inches.
Right. And then you can once you get that much strung on, you can go on to the next thing. I don't use one, but that's just me. I've just never used one. I have a different kind of board that's got clips on it and stuff because I did a lot of macrame things with it. The other thing that board has is it got 3 dents or 4, Becky? I can't remember.
Just 3.
It's got 3. So yeah. If you're doing a layered necklace, you can get all 3 layers laid out without having to fight to know where the pieces are going to be designed.
Yeah, and you can see where they'll line up. So if you were making a purposeful design, it would line them up, would it not?
Yes, that's it. It would line them up. And Patricia, it's probably melted beyond belief. They said the wires were melted together. So I don't know that they also won't pull it out of the walls, I don't think. Okay, now because I boo-booed last time and accidentally made this loop first, I'm going to put this on now so that they're looped together. There's always a way to fix it. The first thing you can do is cut another piece of wire. Anya, really? Get the loop so tight you can't get that one in. Oh, Becky's.
Huh?
Well, at least it'd say Tanya. It'd help if you went back to where you can see us both.
Yeah, I'm not doing. I'm not doing.
Yeah, well, I'm showing off what I'm doing, but I'm not on screen. So it's like, okay, okay. I boo-booed and it got all woggly, so I'm going to straighten it back out. And when you
she didn't yell at me and say, "Why aren't you doing what I'm saying?"
I was like, why is Becky not doing that?
Why aren't my hands doing right?
Okay, that's a little better. Okay, now then, let's see if I can make a loop properly. You know, when I talk, I can't necessarily work. What I was saying was because I boo-booed on this one and closed the loop beforehand, I'm just going to put it on. Just do it a little bit backwards. You know, we can do things backwards. Okay, we got one more link to put in.
You know, beading is something that's really good for kids because it teaches them patterns.
Yes, but you don't want to get tiny little beads.
No.
Now, only some children can handle it. I don't know about Greg, but Brandon used to make daisy chains and the whole 9 yards when he was little. Way younger than most kids would have been able to do it. But then he played with tiny Legos when he was just tiny.
Yeah.
His small motor skills were pretty good.
Greg built an entire battleship out of just old cardboard, just so he could blow it up with
oh yeah, yep.
It had turrets. It had everything.
Because he wanted to blow it up.
Yeah. I told him, I said, the cardboard's not going to float. He said, it doesn't have to float for long, Mama. I was like, okay, kid.
And, you know, at Southern Illinois University, every year they have a cardboard boat race.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. It's a big deal in the design department.
Cool.
if your cardboard boat survives, you pass the class. No matter what your other grades from what it used to be. Now, it might have changed since I went to school, but because the design teacher is no longer the same design teacher anymore.
Yeah.
But back in the day, there's a small lake on the campus, and so they use that lake. And I can't remember all of the rules because I really wasn't involved, except having friends involved. I'm going to have to go find another one of those particular beads because that one does not have a hole in it. And I'm missing one to finish my little project.
Oh, geez.
This one. Oh, I have a whole nother thing of them, but.
Not right there, you don't?
Oh, yeah, right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were just on the floor.
Oh.
I got the box open on the floor beside.
Oh, Joyce is saying, click back to you, Tanya. Or is that from earlier?
It must have been from earlier.
Okay.
Joyce says she remembers seeing the boats on TV. I think there's been other places that had cardboard boat races as well. I wouldn't want to make any guarantees to that, but I think there have been.
But I'm not going to have enough dark blue beads.
Oh, no.
That's all right.
Can you change the pattern, son?
Yeah, I can. I'll just have to pull these out. I might switch. Because I do need more than what I have here. Guess I could have counted them before I started. That's all right.
Okay, now I'm going to put some little silver bead charmy things on the bottom. Let's put some red beads. And if Janice is still here, this is kind of how I made that other dangle, is that I made a bigger loop and then I added my charms to the bottom of it. Becky, do you have Menards stores there?
No.
Yeah, they're pretty much just in the Midwest. When we were in Nebraska and South Dakota, I liked that store better than either Home Depot or Lowe's.
We only have Home Depot or Lowe's.
That's all we have. Well, we have Ace Hardware and all those other kinds of things too. But
as far as big box store,
yeah, as far as the bigger box stores, Menards is a box store. It has a different, a different product type base than. I mean, it has the same stuff, but they're just a little bit different. And I really liked that store.
Okay. Mary was talking about going into a Menards.
Who was?
Mary. The Mary LTA.
Yes, she would have it because she's
Nebraska.
In Nebraska, yeah, and she's near Kearney, so.
I had to give up on the charms, you guys, because my eyeballs weren't handling it anymore.
Mine are starting to go, yeah. Rambling Wrecks of Georgia. Oh, that would be fun, Joyce. That would be fun. Okay, so I got that headband sticking out straight at me. Like, okay, this is what I want. Becky, this isn't the first time you've been in StreamYard, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you'll have to try being the host with it one time because it's different, but it's really, it works very nice.
Cool.
I do think that it functions real well. I do wish that they would put the chat in white with black letters. It's got a gray background.
Yeah.
And I can't read it at all.
Well, see, when I'm streaming on YouTube, it's all black with white lettering now, and I hate it. Yeah,
I thought you got it. I thought you got it.
Well, I figured out how to fix it so that I can use it, but I have to go in before I start the stream every single time and change the HTML.
Oh.
There's one word at the top of the stream of the HTML streaming stuff. It says dark, and it needs to say transparent.
Oh.
So I have to go in there and type transparent over the dark, and then it's normal. Like you guys watching, see the chat is white with black letters. But for us streaming, it's not. It's all dark mode, and you can't get out of it. There's no way.
Oh.
I have tried everything, and then Scott said, I think I found a workaround. We can just change the HTML, which is ridiculous.
I was going to say, thank heavens Scott knew how to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is ridiculous that you would have to do that.
Yeah.
So, and I know Mary got her issue fixed.
Yeah. I think she had to reload everything, didn't she?
Yep, I think so.
Ugh.
And Lisa seems to have gotten hers kind of worked around.
We'll figure it all out.
Yeah. Well, and mine seems to be working pretty well. I haven't streamed by myself in a couple weeks, so I don't know. But because the last time I streamed by myself, it locked my computer up.
Ooh.
I mean, slap up. I had to shut down completely and reboot my computer from scratch because everything froze.
Oh, gosh.
Which it hasn't done that before, so I don't know what had done. And then later in the day, we lost power. But, you know, we had been getting popped, but when it locked up, it had nothing to do with the weather.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't bad then. Irma, it has a place under more that says invite people.
And then you just share the link, right?
Yeah, and then you share the link. Now, one of the things I wasn't sure, Becky, it didn't, usually when I share the link, it shows up as a little picture, a StreamYard. It has the little duck and everything.
Uh-huh.
And when I shared it with you today, it didn't show that way. So I wasn't sure it was working properly. That's why you got the link twice. Okay, so now this needs to go on something so that it can dangle. And I have this one on here, and I'm thinking about putting this one on there too. So I better use the smaller lobster claw like this one is. Which I'm sure I have another one. This Those are little lobster balls. These are the ones I want. There's probably not a size I don't have. But right before you enter into the broadcast, it has a spot where the host can invite people, and it gives you a link to click into. And there's a mode. Let me go to it now. Show you what I'm talking about, Becky. That let's see here. It's this one. Nope.
Ooh, a little.
Oh, they may have already. Oh no, that's not it. This one. Okay. See how I'm big and you're little?
Uh-huh.
If you have 2 or 3 people in here, right now only the host can be big with little people. If I click on you, it takes the little boxes away.
Uh-huh.
Okay. But one of the things they said they will do is fix it where this mode can be used for everybody, that whoever's guest can be in the big picture.
Uh-huh.
Let's see here. Yeah, see, it always makes it me instead of both of us. And that will be really good for when you have 3 people in.
Yeah.
And want to go back and forth, but want to keep seeing that person. That's on the agenda to be fixed. But you know, that stuff takes.
It all takes time.
Yep. Boy, boy, boy. All right, now then this, I don't like that, and that was one of those things I was going to work on. So let's just fix that right now. Uh-oh, I'm dropping stuff out. Not supposed to drop out. This is the last thing I needed to do to finish my book. I just need to do my little charms, and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to work on charms today, and that ought to work good. And so, see, now that will stay up there, so when I put my little charms on it, it won't come all the way down there. At least I'm hoping it won't. Let me wrap it around one more time. Come on now. Tanya would have to send it to. Oh, yes. Yes, I would have to send you the link to be. Yes, Janet. Yeah, we say Hangout too. Lisa and I've talked about that. We're talking about using Craft together, but Craft along may sound better. We had a couple of ideas. We're open to suggestions on what to call it. But we tend to say Hangout no matter what we are talking about just because we forget, and that's what we call it, accidentally, you know. But yes, Irma, I would have to send you the link before the stream started. The other thing is we decided that, you know, you can have up to 6 people in here, but if you get too many people on the screen at one time, you cannot really see what they're doing. You have to move it back and forth to the bigger screen. There. Okay. Now I can put my little charmy things on with my little ribbony things. Ta-da!
Ah, cute. Cute.
And they're on my spine. Oh, I really like it with the ribbons now, too. It's way better even with the ribbons.
Oh, yeah. It looks like a fiesta.
Uh-huh. Yep. And with all the color in there, I'll have to do a flip this week because I you know, it was just a matter of finishing up the charms before I could call it finished.
Yeah.
We'll have to try it sometime, Irma. We'll have to. That's right, Janet. That's it. 2 works really nice. And that's one of the things Lisa and I have found in the last couple weeks, is that 2 is fabulous. Thank you, Joyce. When you get more than 2 and you have 3 boxes in there, because you cannot continue to watch, the person that's hosting has to keep flipping it back and forth. 2 just works real well. And like Nina said, she's watching on her phone, and 2 works halfway decent on your phone. You get 3 people in there, and it gets so tiny that it's hard to see. So that's just... Oh, I'm liking these 2. I need to make some more like this.
That's like those stitch holders that you...
Yes, yeah. When I make the stitch holders, I make them real simple, like this one maybe. I don't put any extra beads top and bottom because of them catching in the yarn.
Yeah, so I was going to say, if they got too ornate, then you'd have a real mess.
Yep, but they're really cute when they're hanging on this thing. That's how I used to sell them. I used to sell these 5 stitch markers on one of these chains. And glitter glue pin dangles. That's right. Okay, now then, the glitter glue pins. There's 2, it's nice and light. Becky, do you have glitter glue?
Glitter glue?
Yeah.
Yeah, art glitter glue?
Yeah.
I do not.
I'm just wondering what size head pin would fit in that bottle.
Oh, I don't know. I know Lisa uses it.
Well, Janet, you're going to have to do you're going to have to attach it to the pin somehow. Now, like I said, I have head pins that are surgical steel or stainless steel, basically the same thing, and it could be right on the head pin. Now, whatever pin goes in that bottle, if it had a circle on the top, then you could take the charm and just attach it to that pin. But I don't know what the pin on the top of it looks like. If it has a ball, then you're going to have something different to go down in the bottle. That would be my thing. My thought on it, anyway. Let's do this one. This. I've used up my head pins. I'm going to take some more. You know that we've been on here over 3 hours?
Really?
Yep.
Oh, boy. Yeah. I probably need to take the dog out.
Well, luckily, Jeffrey had to eat out for lunch, so he won't be hungry early. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
He was out. He was over at the house with Dad, and he had other errands to run, so he ended up eating out somewhere, which means he ate more food than he normally would at lunchtime, which means he won't be so hungry right away.
Yeah. This reminds me of those glasses keepers the teachers used to wear.
Uh-huh. I may be wearing one of those too when I have to start carrying around readers all the time.
I should have told Greg to take a picture of the house before he went to work so we could see how far they'd gotten.
Well, it might be hard to see.
Well,
okay.
Our roof was in pretty bad shape. I think it's going to be really, and plus we took the old trim around the roof off.
The soffit.
Yeah. Well, we took the trim piece, that went right along the edge on the fascia.
Oh,
We took it off because it was big and gaudy, and we just put shingle molding up there, so the shingles will not hang off like dog's ears anymore.
Oh, well, that will be an updated look, which is a good thing.
Yeah. So, and we are using the not standard shingles. Can't remember what they're called now, but they look layered on the roof.
Yeah, we have those because they're
architectural.
Okay. So they're not the 30-year ones like we have to have down here.
Oh, I don't know. They're called architectural shingles.
Okay. Well, you would know if they were the kind we have to have because they're for hurricanes and they cost more.
Uh-oh, I have messed up.
Uh-oh.
I got on a roll.
Uh-huh.
Forgot to add the beads out of the bin.
Uh-oh.
Because I didn't put all the beads I want to use in the tray. I got tired of doing that. So I was going to, I'll just put them in there and do this. That didn't work.
Yeah.
My brain got on a roll, doing its own thing. And now I've messed up the whole pattern, but that's okay. We'll fix it.
Guys, also don't forget that Becky streams tomorrow night. And next Tuesday we're going to finish our triangle book with Lisa and Hannah. So look at that one. That one's cute. I like that one.
Aw. I like those beads that look like spaceships.
Yep. I had a whole little box of singles that, there's a point where they don't sell real well. And lately it's been earring pairs that sell. And okay, I made 2, but because they're handmade, this one is bigger than that one. Yeah. They're the same, but I can't use them as a pair. So this works really well to use them, which I like.
Yeah.
Better have something else. Oh, that would be good. All kinds of fun stuff here. I like having odds and ends on my table so that I can just pick up and kind of design it basically on the pin.
Yeah.
The head pin.
Yeah, I slide things on, pull them off, slide them back on. Over and over.
Susan's back.
Susan's back. She's back. Back.
Violet, yeah, that's how I make my stitch markers for knitters markers. Yeah, I use these little toggle bar findings. I have to buy the whole finding. So I have lots of little bars. I don't think I have a necklace left. I made a necklace with just the little bars. With my beads in between the little bars. They were real cute necklaces. I'll have to see if I have one sometime. Show it to you. These, like I said, are a little fancier than the stitch markers because I usually try to keep the stitch markers pretty simple so they don't catch in the knitting. Another thing you can do is tie in a big clip like this to your journal, and then you can change your charms out. Janet put Becky's channel up, guys, if you aren't already subbed to her.
Oh, I've got to clean this mess up. I've got like this one bag that's just nothing but little bags of other bags.
Oh no, that's that good. Another thing, guys, I was going to tell you is to watch your channel subscriptions because things have been kind of off a little bit lately. Now, isn't that cute?
Aw, they look like little dancing ladies.
Uh-huh. It seems that the channels that I watch, every once in a while, I go to look at one and I have been unsubbed for some reason.
Yeah.
YouTube's been doing kind of odd things lately. And I'm sure it's the computer and an algorithm and all that kind of stuff. It's not a person doing it. Susan, they have them at all of the stores. It would be fun to attach to a zipper. Yes, it would, Janet. Patricia, I haven't in the past. I usually put the beads together in one style, but I haven't made up a mixed bag. I actually have a couple of trays of stuff like that I've been thinking about doing that with. Usually I put them in bags like this where it's one style. Let me get them out so you can see. one style, just mixed colors in a bag. Wonder why I have 8 in a bag. That's interesting.
Of course, it's in the one at the bottom.
For some reason, I made these bags up as 8, and usually I put 10 in a bag. Violet, I actually have some pins that I used to put the same stitch markers on. I will have to see if I've got any of those left, because what I did was I put like a lobster claw on the pin so that you could put these on the lobster claw and the pin would hold it. Because if you try to put them on the pin, then they slide all over. If that makes sense. And Irma, it still hasn't rained here, which is really interesting to me. I'll have to look, Violet, because I did have some of those left, I thought. Maybe not very many. I used to do knitting conventions. This is where I got into having all that stuff. I think we need some different beads gotten out. Let's see what we got down here in this little spot. Oh.
She's going to have more pulled out than I do.
Well, I just have a big box down there, you know.
Yeah.
I have my big box. Those are kind of heavy.
Okay.
What always got me was these beads with the dents in the side of them. They call them squash beads, and I've never figured out why they were squash. I was like, okay, don't look like a squash to me in any way, shape, or form.
It's flattened out though.
Only it's got dents. It's more like a pumpkin bead to me. And because a pumpkin is a squash, a type of squash, I guess, but you know. It grows like a squash, and I think it's supposed to be a squash. I don't remember, but I think so. I know that we used to eat it around our house quite a bit because it was one of those things Brandon could eat.
Ah.
That, and I had a pumpkin pie recipe that didn't require any eggs. So, okay, that looks too big and bulky to me. What do you think, Becky?
Yeah, I think I'd use something lighter.
Yep, it's just too big and bulky. I liked those little tiny ones way better than I like that. Now we'll just go back. Oh, how about some of these? I haven't done one with that in a while. Do I have another one? Don't have another one. Okay, so we will make this a little different. We will make it. What is that? Not symmetrical.
Asymmetrical?
Asymmetrical. Thank you. Make it asymmetrical because the top will be different from the bottom. We'll put a little bead cap on the top. See here? See, now it's a little asymmetrical. That's much better. just kind of has, it kind of misses something out. Let's try. Nope. Like
Cool beans.
that's unusual when I can't make it right the first time. That will probably be it. Nope, don't like that either. Okay.
I think I got a cat trying to pull the door apart. Let me go see what's going on.
Okay. All right. I don't like any of those. That's really something when I can't put one together.
Yes, ma'am. Did you want to come in?
What is this? These on a nice coat, your dress coat. How pretty would that be? Yeah, Susan, I will look to see if I don't have some of those pins because they're about this big. And I know I've got a couple still pinned with the big pins I used to make, the big wrap pins I used to make. So I'm sure I've got a couple of those. I'll look. Just send me a message and remind me. That's the big thing, is send me a message and remind me. Okay, here we go. Maybe some of this will work. Oh, here I've got some tiny little flowers. Tiny little flowers. Nope. Okay, let's turn it all upside down. Flip. This one.
Well, I'm going to say that was the best time I've had putting a crimp bead on and a crimp bead cover on. You must be good luck.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you a secret about crimp beads.
Uh-huh.
Don't buy them anymore. Buy crimp tubes. Okay. Because, and if you buy a 2x3 tube, it means it's 2 millimeters around. The hole is 2 millimeters, and the tube is 3 millimeters long. So it's a longer tube, not just a short little 2x2 millimeter tube. Okay. That longer tube, when you go to crimp it, you will crimp it the first time, and then you'll need to move your pliers up or down just a little bit because it'll be just that little bit longer. But then it will fold in half so pretty. You will just be amazed. And I don't use crimp covers because I use the tubes. But I've never made a crimp bead work real well, and the crimp tubes just work fine.
Well, I
okay, so
have to look for them.
Now that's cute.
Yes.
I think it's just dainty now. So I'll be happy with that one.
Cool.
I'm going to put this one on one of these. See what I mean about buying things in bulk? That's my soldered jump rings I got last time. And I haven't used hardly any of them at all in the last 3 years, which is really sad. I've just made almost no jewelry. It's time, and I don't wear jewelry, so you know. Just not going together, huh?
Oh, it's going together. My back's getting sore.
Okay. Do we need to stop?
Yeah, here shortly.
Okay. Well, I was going to say about 4 o'clock anyways, but if you want to stop sooner, I'm okay with that too. Because, you know, that's another half hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 25 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, there's Miss Lisa. So did you have a good birthday? Did you have a good birthday? Lisa, I have to show you what I did to my July journal.
She blinged it up.
I blinged it up. It has blingies.
Well, I hope her steak was to perfection for her birthday.
I do too. Now, she probably didn't go ahead and have a baked potato. I wouldn't have been able to go after a steak and not have baked potato, but that's me. Now, I would have not eaten the whole baked potato. That's what I got for my birthday. Oh, wireless headphones.
Oh, cool.
Lisa, that's so awesome. I so wish, I really wanted a set, but like I said, I don't have another USB port to put the receiver thing in. I don't know if I bought one of those multi-ports if it would work. That is really cool though. Steak was great. I had steamed broccoli with lots of butter. Well, I could have gone for that too. Oh, that one's cute too. Look at that little guy. Cute. He's cute. Oh, Bluetooth. Well, that. Lisa, how is that going to work if your computer is Ethernetted to? If your computer Wi-Fi is not on and it's Ethernetted in, the Bluetooth doesn't work, does it? Patricia, oh, mine always is. They sell a USB port that has. Janice, I just don't know how well that would work. I would guess it would be all right. I would think so. Okay, that sounds good, Lisa. You're going to let us know, Becky.
Cool.
Because I sure would like to not be attached.
I know. The earphones get to where they hurt too after a while.
Oh, honey, I couldn't wear those earphones for very long. They just hurt my ears so bad. I went ahead and got this. It's only one-sided.
Yeah. I just got regular like this.
Yeah, and I can't stand to have both of my ears covered up.
Well, I can only hear out of one ear, so.
Oh, okay. Well, I just just for some reason I just cannot stand to not have one ear where I can hear what's going on. Am I gonna like that? Hmm.
I think
Maybe.
somebody wants something because I just got a tail wrap.
Oh,
She's
they
like, you can come to the kitchen.
buttering you up, are they?
Yeah, she is.
Uh-huh. That's cute.
Whoops.
Okay, Irma. Because like right now I have the biggest problem is I have to have a cooling pad under this laptop. That it gets so hot. It has from the day I got it.
Ooh.
HPs are kind of known for that, Becky. That's one of the things about them. My old one got hot too, and it still lasted 12 years, so I think I did pretty well. But
yeah.
this one gets hot. So especially when I mean, we've been on here for 4 hours, and when I'm doing a show, like a beat show,
Uh-huh.
I can be on for 8 hours or more. You know, it's so I've got to have something that keeps the laptop cool. So I have a laptop cooling pad underneath, and it always has a little bit of a noise. And it has to have a port is the big thing. And then I have my mouse has a port, and the camera has a port, and you know, getting a laptop with a bunch of ports anymore. I'm in the studio, and the earphones connected, and they are working so far. Yay, Lisa! That's awesome. Is your camera plugged in, dear? Becky,
Yeah.
since we're going to get ready to go, I was wondering if Lisa wants to test.
Yeah, that's fine.
Lisa, do you want to want me to want to test that? It won't bother too much for
Yeah, because we're fixing to wrap up anyway. And
yeah. I mean,
I've almost got this necklace strung.
okay. Let's see if I can get her. Come on. It's having to think. They have a 6-hour battery. Ooh, that's cool. Test Lisa. Lisa, I just sent you the link so that you can test. Now let me get back to StreamYard. Okay. Okay, Lisa, I've sent you the link. That way you can pop in and we'll see if it works. If you want to. But a 6-hour battery ought to do it. You ought to be good for pretty much any stream you're doing. And I'm sure that if it has a 6-hour battery. Okay, I had one of those little round things. Where did all the little round things go? That's not it.
Callie.
Has she been bad?
She's on the table
Wait
here.
just 1 second. There she is.
Hi.
There she
Hey.
is. Cool.
I don't have anything to show, and I can only stay a minute anyway, but it is good to test this. So,
Well, that's what I was
thank
thinking.
you.
That's what I was thinking. We're going to get ready to go anyways. My eyes have been bad all afternoon. I'm having trouble seeing anything. Becky's are getting
Oh,
tired.
dear.
Well, it's just, it's the humidity, the allergies, the everything, plus the...
Oh, just a second. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Ah,
I forgot I was still in YouTube.
Aha, that's what was making that noise.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, not a problem. But yeah, that's a wonderful birthday present.
It is. Well, actually, I bought it for myself with money I got for my birthday. So
Oh, well, that works.
my mom she usually always gives me some money. And so I thought, well, if she does this year, that's what I'm going to buy. Last year, I was counting on her giving me the money so I could buy that big jelly plate.
Uh-huh.
And then she gave me a new oven instead. I'm not
Oh.
complaining, but
I was going to say, a new oven was a little bit even nicer than the jelly plate.
it was a very nice surprise. But my husband knew what she was planning to do,
Ah.
and he knew how much I was counting on that money for a jelly plate. So he bought me a jelly plate for my birthday.
Ooh, too funny. Oh, dear. And, hey, I have to tell you, though, that my jelly plate was my birthday present, but it was my birthday present to myself.
Yeah.
It's like Jeff and I kind of get what we want, within reason, anymore.
Yeah, we're the same way. We'll say, this is what I want you to get me, or this is what you're getting me.
Yeah. Okay. and we have another new thing about cards. We go like this. Okay, here's your card. Or we're standing in the store. This is your birthday card.
Oh, now that's a good idea. You
Oh,
can
yeah.
give them 20 cards.
That's right. And every time you go to the store, you can say, here's your birthday card, and let them read it, then put it back.
Well, my husband bought me the sweetest birthday card. I was reading it, I was thinking, this sounds like an anniversary card. It was wonderful. But it did say happy birthday on it inside.
Oh, that's sweet.
He said it's going to double up. Since our anniversary is at the end of the month, we could just call it an anniversary birthday card.
A birthdiversary. A birthdiversary?
Birthdiversary. There you go.
She's getting...
Now, I can't see chat because I'm just in StreamYard right now, so I hope nobody's talking to me.
I don't think so. Janet said that's perfect that they have a 6-hour battery. And
Yeah.
And, Callie, come in.
I had looked at some other ones that cost more than these, and they only had a 3-hour battery.
Huh.
And I thought, well, if it's only got a 3-hour battery, that's going to get, after a while, they don't keep their full battery time.
Right.
And so I thought I can't even do a full, hangout thing with that. So when I saw this one was 6, I thought, well, it's a Skull Candy brand. It's not a really expensive one. It only costs $20 at Walmart. But I thought if it doesn't work, I can also just take it back to Walmart.
That's right.
And
can you show me the box? Because Skull Candy is the kind I usually like.
Yeah, hold on just a second. Let me run in the house and get it.
Don't do that. You can show me another time.
Okay. Well, it's a little black box.
Yeah. Show me what they look like, can you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Put them back in.
And then it has a USB charging cord.
Yeah.
So that you can charge it up.
I looked at those, but those plug into your ears, and I knew my ears would not take it for very long.
Yeah.
That was one of the reasons why I had to get what I did get, was because I couldn't stand to have those things in my ears.
Well, I have problems either way. If I have them in my ears after a while, they bother me. If I have it on my head after a while, it bothers me. So
right.
I've tried every kind I can find, and all of them bother me after a certain period of time. And so I just decided I would get what I could afford. And
Well, there you go. And okay, so for your next birthday, get a different kind, and that way you have two different kinds that you
I
can
can
wear
switch out.
half and half. There you go.
That
So,
is a great idea, actually.
okay, you know what? Your anniversary is at the end of the month.
There you go.
That's what I would do.
Well,
I
I
think
actually
that.
still have a little more birthday money, but I was going to buy some
Oh,
crafting with it.
there you go. Uh-huh. Well, I'm trying to be really good because our trip is coming up. That's one of the things with this business with Dad's house. It's really got everybody a little.
Oh, I bet. Is anything getting resolved at all?
Oh, honey, we found out yesterday that they're going to have to take out all of the ceilings and not all of the ceilings in the whole back half of the house, and they're going to have to cut into the walls
And that's not enough to make him want to move?
no,
Oh,
it's just enough to make him really freaked out.
yeah. Oh, well, I'm praying that he will think about it and come to a good decision and not just go on emotion.
Well, we have had some ideas about getting his stuff because everything's going to have to come out of the house. But they have those pod things, and it would mean that the boys wouldn't have to truck it across town. They could just take it out the door.
Right.
And stuff wouldn't have to be boxed so well. It could just be, we wouldn't have to go in the kitchen and actually physically paper everything and all that kind of stuff. We could just put the dishes in a box and, and move it out. But at this moment, we're waiting on a drywall because we have to have a drywall guy, two different kinds of electricians, the drywall guy, and then we'll have to have a painter.
Oh, goodness.
So we have to wait on the drywall guy for an estimate there. And Dad was headed to the house this morning to start. I don't know where he was going to take it, but he was going to see about getting all of his stuff put in storage. And I'm like, you need to wait. We need to just wait until we have all the paperwork. So this is the other one. I made that one, Lisa. Oh, I made this one.
Oh, those are beautiful. I love what y'all are doing.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get out of here, though, because I promised my son I'd only be out here a minute and then he could use the studio. So.
Okay. Well, we're going to get ready to go because, like I said, we're both kind of wore out. So I'm glad you could test those.
Oh, me too. Thank y'all very much. And y'all have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
Okay. You too.
Bye, everybody in the chat.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Joyce, my father-in-law's house got hit by lightning, and it melted all the wire. The electrician said he had never seen anything quite like that where the house was still standing. That normally the house is burned up and gone when it gets hit like that. So it was a blessing that nobody was hurt, that the house didn't start on fire. Sort of, it was a blessing. But because of it, it's just he's 88 and it's his home, and he's having trouble being calm. He's displaced. He's homeless at the moment because the house is unlivable. So he's just having a rough time. And of course, it's hot. There's stuff in the attic that's going to have to come out. And we're having 115-degree heat index days. So, that's not possible. The attic's, kind of like a death trap. So we can't do that. So it's just one of those lovely little things. Oh, I should go back to the big version. But,
I got all my stuff laid out here.
Okay, I'm going to go big so that you can, we can see what you've done. Oh, isn't that pretty? You got a lot accomplished.
Yeah. Oh, there was something else, wasn't there? Yeah, there was these. These. So I got a little bit ahead for
You didn't get a lot of charms made though, did you?
well, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Charms.
That's pretty good.
And then I got busy on a necklace.
I was gonna say that's pretty. You gonna wear it, or you gonna
I might give it to my mom. Her birthday's next Saturday.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So and those were thrifted beads.
Oh, moms like that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. My little nieces will probably want to wear it and take it off, Mom, but that's okay.
And your second crimp must have gone okay too.
The crimp went fine, but I didn't get the cover on it.
Oh.
I'm having trouble with the cover, and I think a lot of it's because I'm having trouble seeing, and my hands aren't wanting to work anymore. So
yeah,
Time
tired.
to wrap it up.
Tired. Okay, let me see. Let me clear off this mess and a little bit, and I will put out my little pile. I was picking up. I don't know how I got all that stuff out all over everywhere.
Oh, I don't know. Looking for stuff.
Yeah. Well, because I like to use a bunch of stuff at the same time.
Yeah.
You know. So, I got my little charms for my book made, which I really like how they came out. And I like how the ribbon, I tied the ribbon into the ties so that piece, that ring that I tied in up there will stay in position. I'll show you there. See, I just tied it around all of the
laces.
The laces, yeah, that hold the signatures in, so that the ring stays at the top instead of sliding down. I put on there. And I like them in there, so I had cut that piece to put it in there anyways. So, and these, now Lisa made the comment that she was going to do something where hers came off, because then, now granted, you can put them up there when you're working, but at the same time, they still get in the way with, mixed mediums and that kind of thing. So they will come off of that ring, and you can set them aside if you're working with something really messy.
Yeah.
If you're just writing in it, that's one thing. But if you're doing something else, Janet must be getting ready to go. She said bye. So that I did those, and then I got 2 long charmy things made. That one and this one. And then I made a bunch of little charms that we put on a couple of different rings. Let's take them off. Oh, so that you can see.
Oh, quit fussing.
And I will probably put these in a grouping of some sort, like on one of these rings, like I did on this.
Yeah.
So, like I might make another something to go with these, or mix these up, something, who knows. But that's what I did.
Well, I had fun.
I did too. Gabby just got here. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Gabby, I'm so sorry. We're getting ready to leave. We did have fun today, and it's really nice that you're here. So, anyways, guys, we're going to go. Don't forget, Becky streams tomorrow night at 7, right?
8 Eastern. I changed to 8 Eastern.
Okay, that'll be 7 my time. That's 7 my time, though, so that's what I was thinking 7. Sorry about that. 8 Eastern, that's 7 Central. And Lisa and I will be back next Tuesday at noon Central Time to finish our triangle book. And I can't think what else. But anyways, I'm glad you all were here. Thanks so much for coming. And Becky, thanks for playing.
All right.
Okay. You all have a great day. Stay
All right.
safe.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, Mary popped in. Bye,
we're
Mary.
leaving, Mary.